agreed to assist Matlala to get purchase orders from Lieutenant General Nkua. It is there.
I said I disagree with that. He agreed to assist him with purchase order in return of something. That is what the commissioner said. And this one here, I do not disagree with it. It is there. I don't disagree with this one. And it must be also remembered that it is not me who arranged this meeting. Maybe Mr. Matlala will come and clarify who arranged the meeting before this commission.
Let's leave it there.
Are you moving away from this article? I'd like to ask a question.
Well, I'm not moving away from this issue. Are you wanting to ask something about the article, Commissioner?
Yes, it's about the article.
Go ahead.
General, how did you testified earlier that you don't monitor the media, and that's your explanation why you didn't become aware of the full details of the whistleblowing, what it was about, and in particular that Mr. Matlala's company was one of the companies on which Ms. Diokeren blew the whistle. You explained I don't monitor the media. You become aware of this article. It's of sufficient interest to you to send to Mr. Matlala that you're discussing now with Ms. Hassan. How come you became aware of this article?
I happened to be on News 24 on that day just to check. I clicked there, and then the media came. The media thing came. That's how I happened to know. But okay, I normally don't go in and out of this media space because
this was not the only day. It wasn't the first time that you just randomly went on to News 24. It's something that you would do from time to time.
There were days before that I didn't have it because you are subscribing. And some of these issues, when you are not subscribing, it will appear, but when you click on it, it doesn't open. So I think in the previous year, I was subscribing, but it will happen that when I see something that of interest, because when you go to your WhatsApp, you deal with it. Sometimes you go to your what you call News 24 commissioners.
Finish. You can finish.
So, as a result of that, I happened to find this one.
Okay. So in this period, you were subscribing.
Correct.
There was subscription.
Correct,
okay. And in that period, you, from time to time, would check News 24 and if you check others as well.
Not necessarily from time to time, but you will find out that when time permits, you will go there.
Yes.
Yeah. Not always. A day or 2 or 3 might pass for me not looking into that.
Yes. All I'm checking with you is this was not the only time when you saw this article. This was not the only time that you happened to check News 24.
It was the only time when I saw this newspaper clip. Yes, it was not the only time me checking News 24. All
right. No, thank you. That answers my question. What is it about this article when you sent it to Mr. Matlala? What was the reason about the content of this article that made you send it to Mr. Matlala?
It made me worry.
No, I mean the subject. Because as Ms. Hassan has read to you the subject, the lines, the first, at page 42, it raises different issues. What in fact did you have in mind, or did you consider that made it worthy sending to Mr. Matlala?
I was worried about what was in the newspaper clip. Oh, not newspaper, on the News 24, I beg your pardon. Yeah. And that is where I challenged him about the content of that.
So you discuss, when I'm trying to understand whether, when you say you were worried about the article and you challenged him, did you talk to him about him being part of extraction syndicates, as this article says, that he was identified as that? Is that a matter that you challenged him about, to use your language? There's also the investigation by the SIU. Did you challenge him about that in your discussion with him? And then there's the directorship issue. I'm trying to understand, did you cover all of those with him?
I asked him in relation to the directorship and as well as the stories about his company.
Okay, you didn't ask him anything about the Babita Diokaran whistleblowing connection?
No,
That's in the article.
This one of the Babita Diokaran, I didn't ask him because the people were already arrested and convicted who committed the murder.
So you didn't ask him, why do they connect you to this? I'm not asking you about the people that killed him. I'm asking you, you forward an article that's a story about the business of Mr. Matlala, and that includes that he was implicated, his company is part of the companies that are implicated in the whistleblowing. And I'm trying to understand that part you did not ask him about. You didn't say to him, what is this about? I'm just trying to understand that.
I don't recollect if I asked him or not, commissioners.
Okay.
But what worried me too much here, because the issue of the investigations by the Hawks and SIU, I saw it here. But the issue is that this thing of tender fraud of the police, and then you automatically change to directorship, and also these things, in my own perspective alone, that something is not right here. That is why I indicated in my affidavit that I decided to gradually start to reverse in terms of our, if I may use that word, relationship.
What worried you about the change of directorship? I mean, directorships change every day. And when I read this article, it's not obvious to me why you, General Sinona, would be concerned that Mr. Matlala has decided to put Ms. Masete as a paper director, as they describe her in the article. Why is that a matter of concern that, in fact, makes you start withdrawing from him?
It was also these crimes, although I didn't ask him about it. These crimes that are listed here, Commissioner. Okay,
so it's the crimes
that are listed here.
The Babita Diokaran matter, the fraud on the tender.
There's investigations that are underway by these institutions.
Yeah, including the tender, the 360 million tender, there are fraud accusations about it.
The police one?
Yes.
Correct.
That also concerned you?
Correct, Commissioner. Okay,
and yet it is the same tender that you attended a meeting with General Mkhwanazi to give him moral support to get payment for. Do you not see a problem with that?
At that stage, I never saw a problem, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Sasson.
Thanks, Commissioner Beloy. Just to round up on a couple of things before there's quite a bit to get through. But first, Commissioner Khumalo referred to this meeting as being one of an exchange, meaning help with the purchase orders in exchange for something. And you say you were not aware of that kind of an exchange of favor, tit for tat, if I recall correctly. You said you were not aware of that.
I specifically said, Commissioners, I was not aware of an exchange of assisting with getting order forms in exchange of you getting something. I specifically talked about that.
Yes.
But the one that I am aware, it is there in paragraph 64.3 of my statement that I've already testified about.
Okay. There's one other that comes up in evidence of Mr. Madlanga before the ad hoc committee. So I now need you to open another folder, and that is file 3 of 3.
I must close this one.
No. We're coming back to these other two.
But if I close, sorry, commissioners,
Do
if I
you need
close it,
assistance?
will you direct me to where we are supposed to?
But we will be coming back there. Do you need some assistance?
You may close it, General.
Thank you,
You'll come
Commissioner.
back. Yeah, just put it aside somewhere close by.
File?
3 of 3.
Three of 3. 3 of 3. Yes.
Page 54.
Thank you.
Just to begin with, so I can orientate you, General, page 1 of this file shows you that this is the transcript of the evidence of Mr. Madlanga before the ad hoc committee on 26 November 2025. Okay? But the relevant part is on page 54, and it's 3 paragraphs from the bottom, 5 lines, if you count from the bottom. And it's so if you count 5 lines from the bottom, it's probably easier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It starts with Advocate Arendse.
Okay.
You've got that?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so Advocate Arendse says the following to Mr. Madlanga. He says, but according to your statement, that is Mr. Madlanga's statement, the true reason for the meeting, and the meeting here is the 15 April meeting, was in relation to this chap, Ismail Malude Ramos Nangi, to convince him to withdraw the charges because he had been assaulted. That was the true purpose of the meeting according to you? Question. Mr. Madlanga responds, to drop the charges, yes, and also about Nkua, to not stop my contract from operating. So, and let's just finish reading this exchange because it implicates you. Because the next thing Advocate Arendse says is, do you know or did you know General Sonona, head of the Hawks in KZN? Mr. Madlanga says, I know him very well, very well. And then he explains your relationship, which is consistent with what you've described. Okay. Then if you go down on page 55, there are no line numbers, but let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15 lines from the bottom.
It starts with?
Advocate Arendse, you mentioned in paragraph that.
Okay.
You see it. He says, you mentioned that you met with Mr. Nangi as instructed by Lieutenant General Mkunazi and tried to convince him to withdraw the charges. Nangi advised that he was not alone in the matter and that his brother-in-law could not speak due to torture. And then he continues, Mr. Madlanga says, yes, that's true. And then if you go down 7 lines from there, You see, still same page, 55.
From Advocate Arendse, you mentioned in paragraph so.
Yes,
From there.
and yes, that you met with Mr. Nangi.
Okay. where
And then
must
if
I
you go
read?
down further 7 lines,
7.
yes,
It starts with.
Advocate Arendse. Then you say you communicated. Do you see that?
I see it.
He says, Advocate Arendse says, then you say you communicated Nangi's reluctance to Lieutenant General Mkunazi via General Sonona. How did you do that? Mr. Matlala says, can you repeat that, please? Advocate Arendse repeats it. Mr. Matlala says, I called him. When we turn over the page, at the top, first line, Advocate Arendse says, you called Sonona to tell him that you spoke to Nangi and he was not prepared. As a result, you suspect this was one of the reasons why you were later arrested and charged. Mr. Matlala, yes. So Mr. Matlala says that he engaged with you on this tit for tat that had been struck between him and General Mkunazi. What is your response to that?
What do you mean, Commissioner? What is the advocate meaning tit for tat?
Well, I just read from the transcript where Mr. Matlala says, he says that he had this discussion that the meeting was in relation to this chap Nangi, and Mr. Matlala says to drop the charges, yes, and also about Nkua to not stop my contract from operating. And that, I'm not going to repeat everything I said.
Yeah.
The context is...
Commissioners, I just want to get a clarity so that I can try and not waste the Commissioner's time in my responding. You want me to respond in terms of all these paragraphs that you highlighted? One by one, or how?
No.
What is the actual question?
My question is, did you meet with Mr. Matlala to discuss this question, what he's saying to you? He says he met with you to convey to you that the request from General Mkunazi that Mr. Nangi drops his complaint is not successful because he does not want to drop it. And he says he called you to convey this to you. So that's what I want you to respond.
Met with Mr. Matlala to discuss the withdrawal of case by Mr. Nangi. And even in the calls, when we were talking about the calls, Mr. Matlala never informed me about this. So I think he will have to come and explain properly here before this commission. Because if I heard this and it did happen, and then I recollected it after you gave me these things, I would have maybe included it in my statement. So I don't recall it. I don't think it happened. I don't even have a recollection of that, commissioners, that he told me that Mr. Nangi refuses to drop the charges. This thing of dropping the charges, I didn't even hear it during the meeting on the 15th of April. I don't remember hearing this discussion. It might have happened, I don't deny it, and I don't want to say it happened or it didn't, but General Sonona didn't hear it. And number two, this call, it never happened with this discussion.
Okay.
A call with these discussions, it didn't happen.
Okay, so you're saying Mr. Matlala is not being honest here when he says that he called you to discuss this Nangi issue?
I'm not saying he's not honest. I'm saying this call and a call in relation to this discussion never happened.
But General, I think what Ms. Hassim is trying to do in simple language is your answer is the call never happened. It never happened. So she says to you, so it means that Mr. Matlala is being untruthful if he says there was a call with you and you sit here before us, you say there was no such call. He's being untruthful. I think it's not controversial, really. You can concede it. You can agree that he's not being truthful.
It is not the true.
Okay.
It is not true,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we get back to the media articles and 5 March, and you say that you began to withdraw. But I put to you that's not correct because you had the 15 April meeting and we've had that whole exchange. But it goes further than that, General, because the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, you were still engaging with him. And in fact, what you say to him on the 13th of May is take them on, brother, meaning to take on the SAPS. And I'll take you there because you should have a look at it. It's page 60 of the WhatsApp. It's file 1 of 3.
It's here. Madam? It's here. I'm there.
So do you see that 13 May 2025,
Correct, Commissioner.
8 minutes past 3 in the afternoon?
Correct, Commissioners.
Take them on, brother.
Correct.
Okay. And you recall what that was about?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Hassim, we're looking at the WhatsApp bundle.
Yes.
You say page?
Page 60.
60. Trying to find. Oh, yes. Let's see that.
Have you found it? So we're going to turn one page back now to page 59 because that's where it begins. General, on page 59, Mr. Matlala, on the 13th of May, sends you a document at 1 o'clock. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
And that document is annexure SEN 6, which you will find at page 300 of the same file. You found it, Commissioners. Page 300. This is a letter from the National Commissioner, General Masemola, correct?
Yes, Commissioners, I see that.
And it is a letter terminating the contract of Medicare 24, Mr. Matlala's company. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
You've seen this letter before. You've read it.
I believe I might have, because it's the one for the termination of his contract.
Right. And in that letter on page 300, in the last paragraph, it says, SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged...
Sorry, can I get that paragraph?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on page 300. It's the last paragraph on that page.
Okay, yeah.
Do Do you see it?
I see it, Commissioners.
SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged in fraudulent and or corrupt practices in competing for this contract based on, inter alia, the following findings of material irregularities. And then each of those irregularities is detailed in the letter for the next couple of pages.
I see that.
Now, and then it ends, I'm not going to go through all of them. You've seen the letter before, and we can go through it if you wish to. They're very detailed, and it concludes, given the seriousness and cumulative nature of these breaches, SAPS considers the continuation of this contract to be untenable. Contract is hereby terminated with immediate effect. Now, Mr. Madlanga sends this letter to you. What was your response?
My response, Commissioners, thank you, Advocate. I want to take the Commissioners at page 60 of bundle 1 of 3. A page after this, SEN 6.
You said page?
60,
Oh.
Commissioner. May I proceed, Commissioners? My response is that this is so sad, and it leaves one with maybe there's a missing link there, choice but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision.
Yes. So, in fact, your response starts before that. You send him an image of President Zuma with his head in his hands.
Is an emoji.
And then you follow it by saying, so it's shaking his head in his hands and he's saying, this is so sad. And you advise him to get legal advice.
Yeah, correct. That
Yes.
is my response to him.
And he says he will.
He says, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours.
And then you say,
I say, take them on, brother.
yes.
Yeah.
Now, do you not think that it's inappropriate for you to be giving him advice after you see this letter from the SAPS raising these serious concerns?
It is not inappropriate. It is within his rights because he talks about his advocate here as well.
Sorry, what does he
It is
say?
not inappropriate.
It's not inappropriate?
Yes.
So you were already concerned. You said to us you started to withdraw from him. You started to cut off contact
Exactly.
from him. And instead, your response here is to say, this is terrible news. This makes you sad. This is sad.
Not make me sad, Commissioner, that the news is that of a sad in nature. These are sad news, not me being sad. I need to clarify that.
Okay.
The news are of a sad nature. And then, you see, I'm going to I want to say something under this context, Commissioner. You know, it is clear, Mina, I've never protected this man. If he said, this is the challenge, I said, this is so sad, seek legal advice. And then he also informed me, my advocate said so, I must interdict them. I said, take them on. I read this thing, I saw that he will never win, but let him go and do whatever he wants to do. But when I read this letter, I realized he will never win to restore this contract based on what it is written in the letter. But that is what I've indicated to him. And that's it, Commissioners.
I don't understand that response. You already are wary, as you say, of Mr. Madlanga. Now you see the actual culmination of this in the letter. And in your response, instead of distancing yourself from him, you choose to respond. This is you said that you began to cut ties This is the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, by the way. So, in fact, the way you cut ties with him was forced upon you by his arrest, isn't that so?
Commissioners, you see, when you look at this response, it is a straightforward thing that that closeness is no more there. You know, another person, commissioners, will do this if he wanted to assist this person and continue with the relationship. Will say, no, don't worry, I'll go meet so and do 1, 2, 3. Another person might do that if one can bring that type of context. But I only said these things, and then from there, I've never talked about this thing of the contract anymore with him.
From then, because he was arrested. Because he was arrested a few hours later.
No, commissioners, the arrest of Mr. Matlala took place on the 15th of May.
On the 14th of May.
If you say 14, you're correcting me, but according to my recollection, it's the 15th of May, 2025. That is my recollection, but I stand to be corrected of the date of arrest.
What difference does a day make, General? Whether it's the 14th or the 15th, the point is it was soon thereafter.
I cut my ties, commissioners. The difference was the date of arrest, but the fact, yes, he is arrested, to show that I've cut ties. Number one, there was no evidence presented before this commission, and also myself, I'm saying so. After his arrest, I've never called him. Number two, I've never visited him in any prison where he was detained. Number three, I've never attended his court where he came with bail application. Number four, even if when his visits is the issue of his problems here, I didn't even offer to help any, like previously when I talk about, I said moral support. Ne? I said moral support. We're talking about moral support. Ne? It didn't happen here. Then I said, I'm done now.
So you only cut ties after he got arrested?
Finally.
Only?
Finally, when that happens, Commissioner. I said gradually I was moving away, but finally, I'm even prepared if my cell phone need to be checked to check that have I ever did any contact with him, either directly or indirectly. Have I ever visited him or go to the jail? Because if you want to continue your relationship, you'll visit him in jail. We can check even the registers there if I went there and visited, or have I ever called any person at the prison. Finally, my submission, commissioners, is that finally I cut till to date. I've never come into contact with him or his wife or whatever. Finally, that's my submission.
General, the issue was after the 5th of March article. You said in your statement, after that day you became weary and you started cutting ties with him. So what is being explored with you is whether after that date you cut ties with him or not.
I said gradually I moved away, commissioners. That is my response. I think I said it over 10 times today in this room, commissioners.
Why did, sorry, Ms. Hassim, I hope I won't disrupt the flow of your questions. But yes, you've said it several times, General, but why did it have to be gradual? You have this article, it's making these serious allegations of tender fraud and other serious allegations. Why did it have to be gradual? Why did you not terminate communication there and there?
I don't ever respond to that because...
I'm sorry?
I do not ever respond to what the commissioner is asking me why did I not cut it there and there? But
you don't, may I come in please? You don't have a response, General, because this is untrue. At that stage, you did not intend terminating communication. That's why you have no response to my question. It's simply not true.
I don't agree with the statement, but for me, that is what I was doing, Commissioners.
So from 5 March all the way up to the 13th of May, you are still gradual. So it seems to me that had Mr. Matlala not been arrested, you would still be continuing with your communication with him.
No.
Which buttresses or which supports my point that it's untrue that you ever intended to cut ties with him or to stop communication with him.
Commissioner, there was an intention.
But when and how does that manifest? When and how does that intended termination manifest?
Commissioner, when we deal with issues of terminating relationship, we take them differently. I hear what the Commissioner is saying, but there was an intention.
You are a police official. You are a member of the Hawks. You find out that your friend, your younger brother, in quotation marks, is allegedly involved in criminality. This is something that concerns you and concerns you to the extent that you decide to cut off ties. You are a police officer. This is not just a relationship between ordinary individuals. Why did you not terminate communication or ties there and then?
I've already responded to that, Commissioners.
Which is that you cannot respond to my question.
I've already responded in that I decided to terminate, to gradually move away from him.
No. That's not answering the question, because my question exactly goes to that gradual termination. So I'm saying you're a police officer, because you say people respond differently, and you may terminate communication differently depending on who you are. But my point is, you are a police officer. You head Hawks, which is a specialized unit within the police, and which deals with serious crimes. You become aware that a person that you consider to be your brother, your younger brother, you are Uputi, the bigger brother. So now you become aware that he is involved in criminality. And on the 5th of March, you decide that you want to cut communication with him, but you do this gradually. You are not an ordinary person. You actually had Hawks in KZN. Why did you not terminate communication immediately?
That idea never crossed my mind, Commissioner.
Now, let's just look at the content of these communications, which are, 3 months later? You seem to be communicating with a friend in a very amicable manner. No indication at all that you are irritated with him. No indication at all that this is somebody that you want to terminate communication with. You say, this is so sad, and it leaves one with, I think you wanted to say, no choice, the no is missing, but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision. No sign of you ever having intended to terminate communication at all. It's actually friendly. It's actually empathetic. How can that be if way back in March, 5 March, you already wanted to terminate communication? That just does not make sense altogether, General.
I've taken note of that, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
I've taken note of the Commissioner's comment.
What's your report? What's your response? What's your comment?
I believe I have already responded, Commissioner.
You have not. I'm raising a different question now. I'm raising a question about you being empathetic, where you are suggesting that way back in March you wanted to terminate communication. This is a different point altogether. You have not responded to it. Can you please respond?
the empathetic part of it.
The
Commissioner?
entire context, you are talking as if you continue to relate with him in the same manner you have told us you related with him. Since the marriage, your marriage, in 2018-2019, having taken a liking to him, your words, you then communicated regularly as friends, and going to the extent of saying you basically considered each other to be brothers. Now you decide to terminate communication in March. What I'm saying is, but look, in May, you are communicating with him in a manner that shows that you are quite empathetic to the difficulties he finds himself in. And I say, to say that way back in March you had intended to terminate communication simply does not make sense. That's a different question to the earlier one, which was, why did you not terminate communication immediately? That's a different question, General. Please respond.
Maybe it's an insight on...
Before you respond, General, let me just add something else to the chairperson's question that you should take into account. Is in that page 60 WhatsApp where you say, take them on, brother, in fact, you are encouraging him. Contrary to what you're saying to us. In fact, a day or two before he's arrested, you say you encourage him to take your employer on regarding the termination of the contract, which, as the chair says, doesn't seem to suggest to present someone who has no interest anymore in Mr. Matlala's affairs and business.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you see that these are different questions? It's no longer my question about terminating immediately. Do you get that?
I get it,
I just want to disabuse your mind of this idea that I'm asking you the same question. So can you now respond to my question, taking into account the additional point that my colleague has?
I have taken note of the analysis of the Commissioner, and I see that, yes, there is an error on my side that I've done in order to encourage him.
Just repeat that. I'm not sure I understand it.
I've taken note about the analysis of these messages by the Commissioner, and then I consider that it is an error on my side continuing to do this.
I want to suggest to you, General, that you are not able to respond to both these questions because what you are telling us is untrue. That is the real reason.
Commissioners, I believe I said I want to come and tell the truth, nothing else the truth. But that is the response I'm giving, Commissioners, in terms of the truth of my recollection. I've already said it might be an error of my side continuing to send him this type of messages. I think that is where I will stand with my response to the questions, Commissioners.
Now, General, from the 6th of March, that is the very day after you tell us, that is the day from which you intended to cut off communication. I'm looking at file 1 of 3, the exhibits file.
File?
The one that says 1 of 3, the exhibits file.
Okay, I got it, Commissioner.
It should be the same. It's the same one, actually.
Yes,
it's the same one we're on, yes. If you look at page 28, all the way, and that's March, that's the 6th of March, and you have told us that from the 5th you are now wary of him, his communications, and you have decided to terminate communication on the 5th of March. So the page I'm referring you to, on page 28, there's communication there, still between you and Mr. Madlanga, and that's the 6th of March. I will not go through the texts that are there one by one, but from that page, from page 28 all the way to page 60, communication between the two of you continues unabated. And at times, you are the one that initiates the communication. And this, in circumstances where you say that on the 5th of March, you had decided to terminate communication. So all the way up to page 60, and page 60 being in May, from 5 March, in May, over many pages, 28 to 60, at times you being the initiator of the communications. Do you seriously want us to believe you that you ever wanted to terminate communication with Mr. Madlanga?
The relationship, commissioners, and what is happening, the way I took it, I understood what the commissioner said about my position and where am I working, but it is the relationship, not necessarily the communication per se. Hence, I'm saying I was trying to move away from him in order to terminate the relationship. But I see that it took me...
So let me understand this. I'm sorry, I know you asked for protection earlier, but I just want to understand this. So you want to terminate their relationship, but having terminated the relationship, you want to continue communicating with him. So communication without a relationship. In the context of people who have otherwise been having a relationship of brother and brother. Does that make sense?
Not really that, commissioners. Maybe it took me too long to cut it off, but gradually, in my mind, in my soul, I wanted to, but I took it gradually. So I see that the period, it is indeed a point of concern. And then I do understand what the commissioner is saying.
So,
and I see, hence I'm saying it took me too long.
So had he not been arrested, it could well have continued to the present day.
No, I don't think so, Commissioner.
Where would it have ended? Where would it have ended? The page 28 to 60 that I'm referring you to is continuing unabated, and yet in March already you say you are wary of him and you want to terminate whatever it is you wanted to terminate. When would it have ended had he not been arrested at the point at which he was?
It was going to be ended, Commissioner.
When?
It's a pity.
The question is when, General, when? Mr. Sim, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. I have, on the same exchange regarding this termination of the contract, a further question, and this is a serious question about your duties.
Can I ask, maybe before you ask that question, you are going to be dealing with these WhatsApp messages from page 28 to 60 at some point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Page 60, 59 and 60, you sent this terminated. This is about your obligations in the position you occupy. A public position which you should be occupying and acting and conducting yourself in the interests of all South Africans. When you received this letter of termination that's sent by the National Commissioner of Police, and you urge Mr. Madlanga to sue as a senior law enforcement official, you urge him to sue another law enforcement arm. Do you not think that that is improper conduct for someone in your position?
Commissioners, I never urged him to sue. My message is here talks about challenging the decision to cancel the contract, not sue.
Through legal means?
Through a lawyer. Because
Yes.
I won't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it.
You agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
Come again?
Do you agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
I agree.
Yes.
I told him to do that.
And then you agree that you went further and you used much stronger language and said, take them on, brother. You agree with that?
It's not a stronger language, but I said, take them on, brother. For me, it's not a strong language.
And then he says, I'm on it. And you respond, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. And then he shares with you his lawyer's letter that either he intends sending it or it has been sent to the SAPS. Is that conduct becoming of a senior law enforcement official?
I don't think I did anything wrong.
But you accept that you urged him to seek legal advice and take
I
action
advised-
against another law enforcement arm.
I advised him to seek legal advice on the termination of the contract. And he also told me his advocate is on it. Already he was having that, but my words already, when you look at the response here, he says, true, my advocate advised I should. So already he got that. And also for me, I said, you must seek legal advice. Already he had that, he did that on himself. Yeah.
But you were not aware of that. You were not aware of that when you said take them on.
No, Commissioners, page 60, where he said, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Already, my understanding of this, already he had seek legal advice that I said seek legal advice. That's what I wanted to put through.
Perhaps,
Okay.
Ms. Hassim, at this point we should adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Adjourn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust you've had a good lunch. We're ready to start. Cell phones off, please.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General, we were on page 60 of the WhatsApp chats. And I think my question to you before we break was whether you agree that it's not appropriate for a senior law enforcement official in your position to be interacting with an alleged criminal, which by now you knew, in the way you were interacting on the 13th of May when you were advising him to sue another arm of law enforcement. That was my question to you.
According to me, it is not inappropriate. You know, commissioners, the communication on a page, this page, I know we did deliberated on it earlier. Commissioners, when you have a serious sympathy with a person who has lost this huge tender of 360 million, I believe that in the case of a reasonable person, to show that this person has got interest with inappropriate actions, or one would say in response when you get this type of a message. Although I said this is so sad, it leaves one with no choice but to seek legal advice, one will also say, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Where are you? I will come and get you. Please don't do anything. I will come and assist you. I know so and so and so, but I am coming. If you are home on this day, I'm coming so that we can deal with these things. So you will see those type of issues, and that it will result in someone. It will be a clear indication of someone who knows that he is benefiting here. So to show that I don't have even a beneficial relationship with Mr. Madlanga, this tender is a huge amount of money. It didn't bother me to say, let me put my work or my life on the line here, but only to say it's normal and it's a common cause that seek legal advice, take them on. It was done out of context of that brotherly advice and say, this is what the process you must follow. But if it was a person who had serious interest as well as beneficiary in order to protect this gentleman, one would have acted otherwise than what I have done. So this, for me, it was not inappropriate, commissioners. Thank you.
See, the question I'm asking you is not about, let's accept for argument's sake that you were not benefiting. That's not the question. The question is, in your position, you're engaging with someone who you know to be alleged of serious criminal activity, and you encourage him to litigate against another law enforcement arm on a contract that you are already aware is highly problematic? That's the question. So regardless of whether you benefit or not, I'm talking more to what your duty is. You say there was no duty incumbent upon you to refrain from that kind of behavior.
My behavior was not inappropriate. The issue of interdicting the police and what, that he got it from his own counsel or advocate in this page 60, where he told me already, before I said seek legal advice, he has already sought that according to my interpretation of these messages, commissioners. And I've said it before we go on lunch, that when you read that one that says true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Not General Senona says I should make interdict within 48 hours.
Now my mic works. Can I just ask my question? General, if you had said to him, this is so sad and it leaves one with a choice, but no choice but to seek legal advice. If you had stopped there, I would likely not have had any difficulty with that, because on the face of it, you are not advocating for any position. He's got a termination letter, and all you would be saying to him would have been, go and speak to your lawyer, right? I would probably not have a difficulty with it. The difficulty arises when you say, with a view to challenge the decision. So you're edging him in a particular direction. You've seen the letter, you've seen the grounds for cancellation. You say, take advice with a view to challenge. So you're suggesting to him a positive course of action with a view to challenge. That's the one difficulty I have with it. The second is when he says, I've been to a lawyer and they are doing an interdict, preparing an interdict application. You then say, take them on, brother. And I think you fairly, in our earlier discussion, accepted that is to encourage him in the course that he has chosen to follow, to go to court, and now you're encouraging him. My difficulty with it is that you don't want to concede, and if you haven't been asked that way, I'm going to put it to you, that you don't seem to appreciate that there's a conflict of interest that this communication presents, because this is your employer and you're telling a service provider to go to court and fight your employer. That to me seems to be a conflict of interest that should have been obvious to you. And if at that time it wasn't obvious to you, I would be disappointed that today you don't see the conflict of interest. Now that it is being discussed with you and being formulated this way, if you say, no, there's no conflict of interest in my encouraging a service provider to sue my employer, then I get concerned that you don't seem to appreciate what conflict of interest means in this kind of situation. So to the extent that I must ask you a question is, do you accept now, at least as you sit there, that on the face of it at least, the position that you take in these WhatsApp messages, which is he must seek legal advice with a view to challenge, which is a positive advice to him, and then you encourage him to take them on, that on the face of it suggests that there is a conflict of interest between your interest in your friend's troubles and your employer's business. Do you at least accept that now?
Commissioners, This is the interpretation of the commissioners. But where I'm sitting, when I say with a view to challenge this decision, with my words, even if I said take them on, brother, the person who advised Mr. Madlanga with regard to the interdict and the sort of civil claim is his lawyer. As for me, I was saying challenge the decision. My interpretation was that maybe it can be reversed in my own mind. And I only wrote him this, and then wrote him this, and I left it there. It is a common cause that somewhere in our line of duty, people will come and seek advices.
No, General. No, I have to stop you. I've asked you a direct question. Please answer my question. Don't tell me what happens in life in general. Okay. I've asked you a specific direct question. As you sit there, do you or do you not accept that this email exchange that I have raised with you, on its face, suggests that you had a conflict of interest between your friend's business and your employer's business?
I don't see it as a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sasson?
Thank you. And then General, you continue, as I said, when he confirms that he's going to take...
Before you move on, I'm very sorry, Ms. Hassan. General, before lunch, and even now, I think just before Commissioner Baloyi asked you a question, you seemed to suggest that it's as good as if you introduced nothing new because Mr. Madlanga himself, that is when you suggested that he should seek legal advice. You said you basically suggested nothing new because sort of downplaying that, because Mr. Madlanga himself told you that his advocate had advised him that he should interdict what had been done. I think you are inverting what actually happened, because when you said what you said to him, that is, he must seek legal advice on the issue with a view to challenging the decision, you did not know how he was going to respond. So it's immaterial how he then responded, and it's on that basis that your reasoning is inverted. What's your comment? It doesn't make sense, basically.
Commissioners, I did write this and follow thereafter. It is within 1 minute. He told me through my advocate advised I should make interdict.
But you did not know what his response was going to be. You did not know that he had already sought legal advice. You did not know what his lawyers were going to advise him. So from where you were standing or sitting, when you said what you said, what subsequently transpired was immaterial.
I just gave I'm looking for a better word.
The short point, General, the short point is, I'm sorry for this language, it may sound harsh. It's totally nonsensical to rely on what he said with regard to what you yourself had said before. Do you accept that?
No, Commissioner, because even the harsh words are very much disturbing. However, what I have said, I've just advised him to seek legal advice. And then subsequent to his answers, I didn't know how he will seek, how is he going to deal with this matter. But when he told me, I said, seek legal advice with a view to challenge. Here it is. I am not disputing it. But now it is interpreted otherwise. But when I look at his response, of which the Commissioners doesn't want this to be read in conjunction with what I've said, already this thing has happened from me, although I didn't know before that it has happened, commissioners. So I don't have a better explanation than the one I have given to the commissioners. That is my response and submission to my commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Mr. Hasim.
Okay, so you thank him after he confirms that's what he's doing. And then, if you turn to page 62, you send to Mr. Matlala the contact number for Minister Cele, is that right?
Correct, commissioners.
And why do you do that?
It is because he requested the contact details of the minister.
When did he request that?
I believe it should be on the 14th. I believe it should be on the 14th because he asked for them. When he called me, he asked for it, and then I just forwarded the number of the minister.
Did you speak about anything else in that phone call other than...
No, he was asking for he asked me for the telephone number of the former minister, and then from there, I didn't even ask why are you looking for, because I knew they were in communication before, and then I just forwarded it to him.
So you assisted him by giving him the contact detail for Minister Cele?
He asked for it, I gave it.
You gave it to him?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think this, again, it goes to the point that the chair was asking, which is that right up until the last communication you could have before he was arrested, you were providing assistance to Mr. Matlala. Why were you taking his calls, for example, if you were cutting ties with him?
I've already given my response to that. But taking calls is not in my culture to just drop other people's calls. But I've already given my response that gradually I was doing that. The commissioners have asked me, they were very robust with me before we go on lunch. I gave my response. They gave I want to say their opinion or the way they are taking it, and then it was closed.
That's fine if that's how you want to answer it, but the question, General, is not whether it's in your culture to cut ties with people. It's about your duties as a senior law enforcement officer. Isn't that the real question? What your duties are, rather than whether culturally it's appropriate to cut ties with somebody who's an alleged criminal?
No, I'm saying I was responding to your question. Commissioners, I was responding to the question that why did you take his calls or give him the contact details of the former minister? I was responding to that. I was not responding to me as a senior police officials not to answer the phones. And then over and above that, when a phone rings, you answer. But I've already dealt with the issue of me cutting ties with Mr. Matlala. I don't know how many times must I respond to this question.
I'm afraid we're going to keep coming back to this question. Let's go back in the chats. Sorry, did you have a question?
Yes. Even if, commissioners, this question comes back, the answer will never change, because I don't want here to come and lie before the commissioners. When I leave here, I want to go home and sleep in peace, because I told the truth that is within me that I know. Lying will haunt me when I won't fall asleep. Thank you, commissioners.
General, you see, there are different contexts, and those different contexts may lead to the same issue. For example, questions were asked around the 5th of March, and questions were asked around the texts that have just been dealt with now, around page 60 to page 62. Questions were asked about the texts from page 28 to 60. But there it was just a reference to that collection of texts without dealing with the individual texts. So there may be, I do not know, there may be a whole lot of other questions within that broader context that keep taking us back to this question. How, in the face of all this, can you be saying that is giving the answer that you are giving? So what I'm saying is, please be patient. The likelihood is that there are going to be lots more questions that lead to this very point, based on whatever else reference may be made to in the documentation that we have. So just please be patient. You are going to be asked, or at least let me say there is a likelihood that you will be asked a lot more questions that take us back to this very point that you say you have responded to. So just be patient. My kids would say, please chill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Advice taken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So we're going to go back now to earlier in the chats. And it's clear that you meet with Mr. Madlanga quite regularly. Isn't that so?
We met when we agreed that we're going to meet, yes.
And that was regularly? It wasn't once or twice, it was quite a number of times.
Correct.
Correct. And I'm not going to go to those that took place before 5 March because, well, let's take it on your version, that it was only on 5 March, that you had serious concerns. So I'm going to take it just from 5 March. Before I go to the meetings, on page 28 of the WhatsApp conversation, again, that's file 1 of 3. Page 28.
I am there.
You forward this news report to Mr. Madlanga where General Mkhwanazi, it's a report saying that General Mkhwanazi has indicated that he is not interested in contending for the top Hawks job. Right?
Yes.
You send that to him. And your reason for sending this to him is what again?
My reason was that this message is nothing else more than the two friends sharing news clips, articles about matters.
But you don't share news clips every day. You don't share just any news clip. You share a news clip that you think the other person would be interested in. Isn't that so?
It's not a question of another person would be interested in. You just share.
You just share it even though you don't think the person you're sending it to would be interested in it.
Correct. It does happen.
That's what you do.
It does happen.
Why would you share with somebody a news article if you don't think they'd be interested in it?
If you are one of my contacts that I am talking to, it does not matter whether you are interested or not interested. I will share with you whatever I deem to share with you.
Okay, so this had nothing to do with any interest on your part or Mr. Madlanga's part of the content. It was just sharing it for the sake of sharing.
The interest in which sense? Can I get clarity?
Interest in the content of the media article.
Look, the content of the media article, the general made it very much clear he never applied for the DPCI head post. And over and above that, He even indicated when I read here that it will never make any difference. He is going to work with his contract, and he got a year before it ends. So I was just sharing with him. Remember, I indicated yesterday that a lot of the people that I know in Pretoria, maybe I must say I was born in Pretoria, Commissioners. I grew up in Pretoria. I went to KZN 5 years ago, had a couple of months. Now, when I come to Pretoria, and not even Mr. Madlanga, other people in the communities, my schoolmates and everything, I said they were applauding the working relationship of myself and General Mkhwanazi. And I was also comfortable to work with General Mkhwanazi. I was never comfortable. And we achieved. I contributed, and General Mkhwanazi is a general that always, when he wants something, he will tell you straight when we deal with operations and so forth. And he's very much fond of operations. So it is not a question of you send it because the other person has got interest in whatever message or you are sending to them, like this newspaper clip.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. General, this article is from ENCA on the day. Now, it wasn't the only news item on ENCA when you were watching it at the time. Why send this and nothing else instead of another story that was being reported? Why do you choose? How do you choose this? Because you share articles with your friends in social context. Why pick this one to Mr. Madlanga?
It just happened, Commissioners. We were just sharing. Remember, Madlanga was also one of the people who admired our coordination and successes that were achieved in KwaZulu-Natal. I just shared it.
So you share, I think let's be clear about why you shared it. You shared it because Madlanga admired what you do with General Mkhwanazi, or you just shared randomly when you had no reason to believe he will be interested in this story?
It is randomly sharing. And then over and above, I was just saying he was part of the people who was also admiring the good work that was done in KwaZulu-Natal. But this was a random one, Commissioner.
So it appears on a public platform?
Yes.
Which Mr. Madlanga would have had access to because he was not arrested at this date, so he would have had access to it in the same way, unless you have reason to believe at that day that he may not have had access to it. There has to be a special reason why you pick this article, which is widely available to every South African who has a TV on ENCA. Why you choose to send it to Mr. Madlanga? It cannot be that it's a random send. Can't be. Can't be.
I hear you, Commissioner, but that is it is. That is what it is. I think I have indicated is one of those randomly sent, and then it's not always that an individual will be privy or will be able to see certain things. Even if these things are on TV, even sometimes things are on the social media platforms. It's not always that.
Yeah, but you had no reason to think Mr. Madlanga would not have seen this on ENCA.
I don't know.
You just wanted to make sure he sees it. That's why you sent it.
No, not in that context, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. So what do you mean when you say it's not every day that people will be privy to everything? You were covering a situation where, on your version, where he may not have seen it because it's not, they don't see everything every day.
Commissioner, it's your good self who was saying what was the reasons for me sending this to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
I'm saying it's a randomly sending, and the commissioner said Madlanga should have seen this on TV because it was in the public TV. Based on that, I'm responding that I don't think it's everybody who's watching TV. I don't know whether you watch TV or what. I just send it randomly, Commissioner.
Okay. I want to suggest to you that you sent it because you knew it would be of particular interest to him to know that General Mkhwanazi is not going to be the National Commissioner because he's not going to apply. You knew he had that kind of interest in the topic. That's why you sent it, and that's the only reasonable explanation for why you would send this article to him.
For him to be National Commissioner?
Not National Commissioner, Head of Hawks.
Head of DPCI, I do apologize. You knew that, that's what I'm putting to you, proposing to you. You knew that Mr. Madlanga has an interest in who's going to be the next DPCI head. You knew that he had an interest in knowing that General Mkhwanazi will not be that person because he's not applying. You needed to tell him that this man is not going to be the DPCI because you knew he was interested in that topic. Anything else that you tell us that it was a random send, it's not true. It's improbable. It's not true. It doesn't make sense that you would send a randomly so specific an article.
Commissioners, we never discussed the issue of appointments in the police, me and Mr. Madlanga.
Right.
Never. And the issue of that, I knew that Mr. Madlanga was interested in who's going to be head of the DPCI. I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know. Because that was a post that was advertised externally.
Yes.
For any person who meets the requirement of the post.
Yes.
You apply if you are interested.
No, we're not talking about the application. Interrupt you because I'm trying to get us to use the time effectively. We're not talking about general applications. We're talking about, I've proposed to you why I say I think you sent this to him. It's because you knew. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
General, the simple point is this. The day before, you became aware that the Hawks were investigating Mr. Madlanga. The following day, you sent him an article that shows that General Mkhwanazi is not interested in the position of head of Hawks. So those two are linked. It's not random.
For me, they are not linked, Commissioner.
General, could you turn to the next page, please? So, as I said, we'll go through your meetings post 5 March. So this is the first arrangement to meet. And this is on the 10th of March. Do you see at the bottom of the page, you say, see you at 8 p.m.
Correct, Commissioners?
And then you turn over the page. Sorry, that was sent in the morning at 6:27. Mr. Madlanga replies, sure, with a thumbs up. And then at 7:58 p.m., you say, I'm here.
Yes, Commissioner.
That was 10th of March last year. Where would that meeting have taken place?
Normally, I was meeting with him in Mainland, Maine.
Mainland, Maine.
Correct, Commissioner.
It's a hotel.
Yes.
Is that a regular place that you have meetings?
Correct.
Always with Mr. Madlanga in the same place? Or do you meet him in different places?
Most of the time I was meeting him there, Commissioners. I wanted to check the date when I take my phone. What date was it? Day of week was it? Yes, Commissioners.
You mean you would have included it in your diary, your meeting? You said you were checking the date. Is that you checking your diary?
No, I'm checking the calendar on the phone, Commissioner. I've never documented any meetings or dealings with Mr. Madlanga. If I did that, it was going to be easy for me to respond to the Commission. Okay. No, I didn't. I was checking this date of that I said I'm here, the 10th. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so that was at 7:58. And then did you have that meeting?
I believe so. Normally, when I arrived, so let me leave the issue of normally. I believe the meeting might have taken place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall how long it lasted?
Come again.
How long would these meetings last when you met?
That I can't determine. It depends on what we are talking and other things. Sometimes the meeting will take us 10 to 15 minutes. Sometimes it might go to 30 to 40 minutes. Sometimes it's just greetings, because there where we were meeting, Commissioners, his business offices is just not far from there. It's a walking distance.
So you would arrange to meet, but you would arrange to have a physical meeting only for about 15 minutes?
It's possible. We were doing that, and it's doable, Commissioners.
It's just not very common to arrange to have a physical meeting for somebody just for 15 minutes.
Commissioner,
That's just, you can comment if you don't. That's
Commissioners, if it is not possible for the advocate, but for some of us it's possible.
That same evening, so an hour at 9:03, an hour after you were due to meet, you send him a document. Do you see that?
I can see that, Commissioners.
Okay, so when you sent him this, were you still in the meeting, or was it just after the meeting?
I think it should be after. I believe it's after.
Okay. So this document is at page 65 of the same bundle. And it goes on to page 285. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
It's a very hefty set of documents. We'd agree.
It's a long document, Commissioners.
It's this docket that we were talking about yesterday, what we call the Nangi docket.
Commissioners, this is a docket that was opened by Nangi and other people that were with him in Gauteng, Beaufort West. This docket is investigated in Gauteng because when cases are open against members of the police, IPID will be the investigator. So this docket, it has never reached my office. I only picked it up there through the media space, and over and above that, there is a civil claim in relation to this docket against General Mkhona's and other members there. If you look this thing properly, the mere fact that I've sent this document to him, I saw the affidavit of Mr. Nangi, of which I said it yesterday. I am repeating it again, that I saw that they are staying in the same place. Then I sent it to just sensitize him that there is this gentleman of this nature staying in your own.
So where did you obtain the docket? This is the docket of Bedford View Police Station.
Yes.
Where did you obtain the docket?
I'm saying it was in the public domain.
Where in the public domain? On what? How did you find it?
I'm not 100% sure, because on one of my, let me check, bundle of documents. Because the very same owners of these documents and everything, you'll see that all these documents, it was an application before the High Court by Mr. Nangi and his associate.
Yes.
Yeah, so
But this is the contents of a police docket that is under investigation.
content of a police docket under investigation in the public domain.
Where in the public domain did you find it?
I'm saying, I'm looking at my file, I'll tell you now, because it was already on that very same day in the public domain. Just bear with me, commissioners. I think it is S6. I think it's S6. The file is file 1, Annex Charge Witness Bundle. I think so. I just want to be 100%.
Are you sure, General?
I'm looking at it. I said I think. I'm
So
still
are you
checking.
looking at S6? I'm just waiting for you
I'm
before
still
I...
checking, Commissioner. Just bear with me.
Yes, that's fine. I'll give you time.
All I'm trying to say, I want to rephrase my answer. This issue of this document was already in the public domain, but I believe I got it from the media. But I wanted to showcase that, but it seems my S5, it shows that this thing was already in the public domain, but this document is not actually a case docket, but they depicted a case number of Bedford View, but these are High Court documents. It's documents that were served in the High Court in relation to a civil claim. But when you look at that case docket, the case number that they wrote there, and then on your left-hand side, it is a SAPS official stamp that depict Bedford View SAPS.
Yes, I'm not asking you about that. We have that. We have the docket. We looked at it. I confirmed that that is from the Bedford View Police Station. I'm asking. You said it was available in the public domain. You said you'll take me to where.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, where is it?
I can't 100% recall. It can be on the media platform in terms of either a WhatsApp or whatever, but I can't recall, but I know this thing was in the public domain. I wouldn't want to say here, because my challenge was the issue of my gadgets, as I indicated earlier, because I went to double check there. But this document was in the public domain. I even further said the other one in Mpumalanga also did publish his statement, who was with them, as well as the interview. But I don't want to say in the News 24 or in, but I believe it should be between, I got it to know about it via WhatsApp or on the News 24. So I can't recall 100%.
So now you can't recall. First you said
Yeah.
we'll find it here in S6. It's not in S6. S6.
Chairperson, perhaps maybe I can assist the Commission. Major General Sonona should perhaps just look at the statement. It's S5 of the statement. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa.
Okay, can you show me in S5 where it is, please?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Your counsel has assisted you by taking you to the annexure to look at.
To S5.
Yes, so where in S5 do we find the contents of this docket that you shared?
Do you have S5?
S5.
Do you have your annexures?
Correct,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Yes.
S5, which starts at page 94.
Yes, correct, Commissioner. Hence, earlier I was saying, this information in relation to this docket was already in the public domain on the 10th of March.
Can you show me where in S5 these dockets are?
Can we go to page 97?
97, yes?
Paragraph from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes?
Can I read it?
Yes?
News 24 has seen signed affidavits by Ning and Bryce that were due to be submitted in court in support of their bail applications. That is now, it reminded me that I think it was there when I sent it, because these people, they just posted these things there. I did send it. It is not actually a police docket. It is affidavits with attachments that they were going to submit in the High Court. Thank you, Commissioners.
The affidavit, if you want to call it that, is not in this S5. This is a news report where News 24 is saying that they have seen affidavits. They don't post those affidavits in this article. They don't link to it, for example.
The question is, where did you find it?
That's my question, but it's not in S5.
I'm saying, in relation to this document here, already these affidavits, News 24 has seen it. And then I believe that I got it from the News 24, and if not, it should be a WhatsApp. So, but this was already there. It is not a docket, a police docket that I have sent to Mr. Madlanga. It is not a police docket.
It's affidavits in a complaint.
It's affidavits and attachments.
Yes.
You will realize when you look into that documents, there's also correspondences between Mr. Nangi's attorneys and the NPA, of which we don't have that in our case docket that we have been investigating of the Kwatukuza case. This is Gauteng, Kwatukuza is KZN.
Okay, I'm not sure what question you're answering. I'm saying to you, where did you get the affidavit that you shared? You said you got it at S5. S5 is a report from News 24 where they say they've seen affidavits and they are reporting on the contents, but they don't make those affidavits available. So you couldn't have got it from here. So my question is, where did you get it?
I said either here or over WhatsApp from somebody. Then I also said my problem is with my gadgets, because I don't want to make something that I cannot substantiate. But what I want to say, this is my response, Commissioners.
And your purpose for sharing it with Mr. Madlanga, I hear you say that, why did you need to share the contents of that affidavit? Because the article itself provides the information you wanted to convey to him. Isn't that so?
I shared with him, and I indicated yesterday to sensitize him that there is this person in his area where he's staying that was arrested for kidnapping, extortion, and then he was released. He must just be careful, him and the wife and the children. He must just be careful and take more precaution on that. That is the reason why I sent it to him. That's why you say, if you say, why have you sent it? I've already indicated this yesterday.
Yes, you could have sent him the media report, but you didn't send him that. You sent him the affidavits. why didn't you send him the media report?
I don't know. I don't have an answer why I never sent him the media reports. But these documents are documents that they utilize to file in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to institute civil claims against the police.
Okay. So it comes back again to this question of your role and your possession, sharing these kind of documents with members of the public. Even if it were, and we don't know that it was, as you say, circulating in the public domain, because you have not been able to show us that, why do you become part of the circulation and distribution process? Shouldn't you, in your position, refrain again from that conduct?
I don't think sensitizing a person about an individual who is residing within the same vicinity, it has to do with the office that I'm holding. That it was just a fair sensitization of Mr. Madlanga in relation to that individual and the things that this person was arrested for.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying you could have done that by sending him the media report and not sharing the affidavits with all of those annexures, some of which are very sensitive. That's the distinction I'm making. Do you understand? Do you understand the distinction?
I hear what you are saying. You say, why I never sent them only the newspaper clip.
Yes, because the newspaper clip would have served the function of sensitizing him.
I believe by then the decision that I've taken is to send him whatever I was having.
Right.
Not necessarily to distinguish that I must send this or this. I sent him whatever I was having.
General,
So,
sorry, just look at page 65 again.
I'm looking at it, Commissioner.
Do you see that it's a police document and it has a sub-stamp on it?
On the left, I've indicated that it's got a stamp of the SAPS.
So this is a subs document.
But on top, Commissioner, it is written, South African Police Services and Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Then underneath, there is this date stamp of the police, affidavit, RIF, criminal charges, kidnapping, extortion, theft, assault, intention to do grievous bodily harm, all those things. And then it says, in the matter between, there's complainants, 2 of them, and then there's a list of people
General,
that are listed there.
Do you want to answer my question? But bear in mind that I can read, so you don't have to read for me. I'm saying, do you accept that this is a subs document?
For me, it is not, although it has this stamp. These are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
So you're saying this is not a subs document?
I'm saying these documents, according to me, are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
No, I'm not asking you where they were used. I'm saying this is a subs document bearing a subs stamp. That's the reason why it would have that stamp, because it's a subs document.
If it is a subs document, Commissioner, we index such subs documents differently than what is happening here.
So you're saying this is not a subs document?
I do not know, because as I'm trying to explain, the Commissioner says you can't say this. The Commissioner wants me to say it's a subs document. A statement of a police document differs from this one. They differ. They're not having this a preamble and the way this one is being crafted. Hence, I've got a difficulty in believing that this is a subs police docket.
Okay. Let's move on. Did you consider it appropriate to share with a private citizen such as Mr. Madlanga a document that shows that Mr. Nangi and Mr. Brights have lodged complaints against members of the SAPS? I won't mention their names, but you see them on page 66. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Do
When
you
I
consider it appropriate to share with Mr. Madlanga a document that shows that Nangi and Brides have lodged complaints against members of the SAPS? What does that have to do with Mr. Madlanga?
When I read the statement of Mr. Nangi, I saw that he is residing in midstream, Centurion. That area, that midstream security complex, Mr. Madlanga is also residing there. I send it based on the statement that this gentleman is staying there and he has committed kidnapping where they have demanded a ransom of 35 million. And then the case was withdrawn. I didn't even say the case was withdrawn against them or what. But the purpose of me sending this, because of this affidavit, was to sensitize him to be careful of this gentleman.
But you are sending him details of the SAPS members with their ID numbers and telephone numbers. That's what appears on page 66. Do you see that there are ID numbers of people there with their cellular phone numbers, with the stations where they are based?
I see only
What
one.
interest does Mr. Madlanga have in this?
Commissioner, I see only one ID number.
Do you not see the 7521 ID number? Why do you say you only see one?
Can I be assisted? Where is the another one?
Do you see the top one is 8304 on page 66?
I see now.
Yes.
I see now. Commissioner, if I can respond, when I read this affidavit, I never read the entire file. I read this affidavit and then I sent it.
I'm going to try to save time. The point is simply this. If all you wanted to do was to warn Mr. Madlanga about this person who lives in the midstream estate, the newspaper article does that. There was no need for you to send SAPS documents that has details of SAPS officers to Mr. Madlanga, because that has got nothing to do with Mr. Madlanga.
I hear you, Commissioner.
So it was wrong to do that.
Maybe it's a fault that I've done. I didn't read the entire thing to see what exactly is inside, so that maybe I must be selective to say, let me send only this one.
General, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Madlanga doesn't know that Mr. Nangi lives in that estate with him, that he's his neighbor? Because I understand you to say that you saw from these documents that Mr. Nangi lives in midstream and you wanted to warn your friend. Did you have reason to believe that he doesn't know that he lives in midstream?
What I believe, Commissioner, is that this man is dangerous. The issue of me believing that he didn't know or knew, no, it never pitched up. What pitched up in my mind was the mere fact of the crimes that this man was picked up for, arrested for.
So you just wanted to warn him what? What were you warning him of?
There is this guy who's committing kidnapping for a ransom, residing in that security complex.
Yeah, exactly my question. You say you wanted to warn him that this person who has now had charges relating to kidnapping withdrawn against him, you wanted to tell him that he lives in that complex. And that's exactly my question. Why did you think Mr. Madlanga doesn't know that this man lives in that complex?
It is because we never talked about this person before this date, before that. And then, Mina, I only sent him this thing to say there is this person. He might have known, but he might have not told me. But the purpose of me informing him was to sensitize him to be careful. Because
well, you have talked about Mr. Nangi, because in the meeting with General Mkwanazi already, Mr. Nangi's name, according to your statement, did come up.
My statement, Commissioner, assist me with the paragraph.
Where you tell us what happened in the apartment, you tell us that General Mkwanazi said to Mr. Matala, I will assist you if you can get Mr. Nangi. No? Am I remembering your evidence wrong?
That's not in paragraph 64.
Sorry?
It's not in the statement, I believe. It's in other parts of the record.
Is it in other parts of the record? Okay. I will leave it. No, hold on. Let me look at my 64. Oh, okay. Yes. I'm going to leave it. I do apologize. I didn't mean to mislead you about this. But I think to still make the point, and Ms. Hassim, stop me if I'm anticipating a line that you were going to explore. In the ad hoc committee transcripts that you have, Mr. Matala does say that his child and Mr. Nangi's child go to the same school. They live in the same complex, which suggests that Mr. Matala knew that Mr. Nangi lives in the same complex. That's why I asked the question, why did you have reason to think he doesn't know that Mr. Nangi lives in that complex with him?
Thanks, Commissioner. I said he might have known him, or he might not have known him. However, I sent this to sensitize him about this person who did this type of a crime, Commissioner.
Okay. And I think yesterday you said part of your job as a police is also to prevent crime or something. That's part of your justification why you did this. Did you warn anyone else about Mr. Nangi's release as a police officer, or you preferred your friend over everyone else and didn't bother to tell the residents of Midstream that there is this man in your midst? Be careful.
After his release, we informed the what is this team? There is a team a national team that is dealing with the kidnappings, where you have crime intelligence and some other police officials, even some of the hawks. So we informed crime intelligence because they were part and parcel of who assisted us when we arrested this Mr. Nangi.
So your answer is you did not inform anyone else of the residents of Midstream. You informed only Mr. Matala in Midstream.
Because I know him staying there.
So your answer,
the other people I don't know.
Your answer is only Mr. Matala got the benefit from you of being warned about Mr. Nangi. No one else in that estate got the same benefit.
Commissioner, I only know Mr. Madlanga.
Yes. No. Your answer is yes or no, General.
Not a question of a benefit. I inform him because I know he's staying there and I only know him.
Yes, so you informed only Mr. Matala. Can you give me a yes or no answer,
in
please?
That complex, yes, because I know only him.
Thank you.
Thanks. And just to be clear, you sent it to him to warn him because these individuals were released. Is that why you wanted to warn him that they were released, or that Mr. Nangi was released?
I didn't say that, Commissioner. I warned him that there is this gentleman who's staying in your complex who was arrested for this type of crimes, kidnapping, extortion.
So you warned him that there was this gentleman who was arrested for these type of crimes, but the arrest took place the year before.
Yes.
So you didn't warn him then?
No.
No. But you saw fit to warn him when they were released. So why didn't you warn him? If that's your concern, why didn't you warn him at the time that that he was arrested?
I'm saying after I've seen this affidavit I've read, I realized then that he's staying in the same complex. Before, I didn't know where this man is staying. That is why I warned him, Commissioners. That's what I've said.
You didn't know where Mr. Nangi lived before then.
Correct.
But this arrest and this case, this is the Kwadukuza case. Is this the same case?
Kwadukuza.
This was under your command, wasn't it?
It is under my command, but this is how it works there. General Senona doesn't read dockets. He is at a strategic position. And when suspects are arrested, General Senona doesn't demand the address and particulars. They will only say, report, suspect Mr. So-and-so has been arrested, Kwatuguza case so will be appearing in court on this day. They don't put addresses of suspects and everything. Then the investigation continues. NPA will come on board and assist in terms of external stakeholder. Addresses where the suspects are residing, they don't tell General Senona. The investigators there at the ground level, they deal with this type of issues. So I happen to pick it up when I read this affidavit that was there on the public domain. I see midstream Centurion. That is where it clicked, and that is why I did what I did, Commissioners.
So you had no knowledge of this, any of the details of this arrest? Where he was arrested and none of that. You knew none of that until this media report.
They were arrested somewhere in Joburg. It's just that I don't have my stuff with me. I think you gave me something that my people were giving me. Let me have a look here. Commissioners. I think there is this document, it's called EXH that you gave us yesterday morning, this one. I wrote this information note depicting all the things that have been done by the team up until the arrest and the attendance before court. So eventually, I don't think in this report there was any address of any of the arrested suspects. So I didn't know where the suspect was residing. And normally, when suspects are arrested, we are not provided with their addresses and so forth. Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll come back to that exhibit. You still haven't explained why it is, if you wanted to inform Mr. Matlala of this, why the newspaper article was not sufficient.
I think I've already given an answer, Commissioners.
I don't think you have.
I did. You can replay the recording.
Well, can you repeat it? Why was the newspaper article not sufficient? Why did you need to send all of these?
I said at that point.
Police docket.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
You can answer now.
I said at that point, after when I read this, I just sent it to Mr. Matlala after I've seen this. I think also the Commissioner Kumalo asked me the same question earlier.
Chairperson, my apologies, evidence leader, for the objection, but perhaps maybe I must make it clear to the commissioners that the newspaper article is actually an article that the legal team found online. We can obviously, Major General Senona can answer the question whether he was privy to the newspaper article at that time outside of the affidavits. However, I must make it clear to the commissioners that the newspaper article that has been attached as S5 is something that the legal team found online.
So, well, that makes it a bit worse, because then the explanation that you've given was that it was already in the public domain and that was S5 and there it is and that's how you circulated it. But that's not the case, because it's your legal team that found the news article and provided it to you to include in your statement.
Sorry, Chairperson, I would just like to respond to that. So now I'm perhaps trying to see how constrained I am, just to explain to the commissioners.
Yeah, the problem is that the objection also gave evidential material to the witness. I cannot suggest how perhaps you could have or should have raised the objection But now the witness already knows what you say about that document, and he may now respond in accordance with what you say or something evidential, if you see what I mean. But as I say, I'm not sure how you should have phrased your objection.
Yes.
Perhaps it's something that could have been left for re-examination. I don't know. But now, it potentially now, it affects how the witness may respond. But you wanted to respond to Mrs.
Yes, perhaps maybe I must explain. The question that was initially asked by the evidence leader was the proof of the leak of these affidavits. And so when Major General Sonona went to S5 and read that particular sentence, in the News 24 article it had stated that the affidavits, News 24 had gained sight of the affidavits. So the statement itself was aligning itself to the News 24 article was aligning itself to what has been said in the statement. And I was merely just directing Major General Sonona as to the proof in relation to that particular statement, which can be found in S5. Regarding, I think, the issue now, which is it's providing some sort of an evidential response which might be against Major General Sonona. My statement was purely just that, to say that S5 is evidence of what he has already stated in his statement. It was purely that.
At this stage, I'm by no means suggesting that what you've said may be against the general. I was just making an observation at this stage. Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Mafisa.
Sorry, Chairperson. I just had a chat with my attorney. And I think the question that was posed, it made it seem as if Major General Sonona had possession of that particular article at that particular time. So the objection was also just to make the commissioners aware that if we are relying on that particular article...
Yeah, you see, what you say now, actually... Because earlier I said, I do not know how you should have dealt with or presented your objection. But what you have just said now actually tells me how you should have handled it. You should, in re-examination, have asked the General, at the time that you shared X information with Mr. Madlanga, did you have in your possession this document? If you see what I mean.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, you have heard what Ms. Mafisa says, but what I'll say is please continue.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't really affect me and my questioning in any way, because I'm really basing it on what the witness is telling us now.
I just wanted to clarify something with him arising from this discussion so that I know what the position is. Yes. General, you've heard Ms. Mafisa. Now, at paragraph 74 of your statement, and that's what we have always accepted until Ms. Mafisa's intervention, as your evidence. Your evidence is the affidavit of Mr. Nangi had been leaked to the media as of 10 March when I forwarded same to Mr. Madlanga. I attach here to a News 24 article evidencing the aforesaid being that the affidavit has been leaked to the media, marked Annexure S5. I therefore deny the allegation that I may have leaked sensitive and or confidential and or classified information. Can I just clarify this in the light of this, that you are not saying to us that you saw this article which is S5, on the day that it came out. You're not saying that? Because I've understood, so far I had understood your evidence to be that. Is it your evidence still that you saw this article on the day it came out, and it had attached to it the documents that you then sent to Mr. Madlanga? Is that your evidence?
When this document was sent, Commissioners, this article on that day, I didn't see it. But I said, I don't remember whether it's a News 24 or WhatsApp. And then I even talk about my gadgets that I went to check. Unfortunately, it couldn't provide me with assistance. I even said I don't want to mislead the Commission, but it's either this one or via WhatsApp. But that is what I've indicated, Commissioners.
So you are not saying to us, and now I understand that I had misunderstood your evidence, you are not saying to us that you got these documents as a link to this News 24 article that is attached. You're not saying that to us.
I'm saying a possibility, Commissioners, because I'm saying I'm not sure whether it's this article or News 24 or the WhatsApp.
Well, General, let me ask you differently and
Okay.
just try and give a direct answer. Did you see this article when it came out? On the day that it came out, did you see the article?
On the 10th of March.
Yes. Did you see the article? Or soon thereafter, at any time, before it was pulled by your attorneys from wherever they pulled it now for purposes of the commission, this article, did you see it before you sent the documents to Mr. Madlanga? And this article being the News 24 article that you have given to us.
I believe I may have, because hence I also indicate that I'm not 100% sure whether it was on, I forwarded it from there or from the WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can we, because you're not sure, can we then disregard your paragraph 74? Because in paragraph 74, you're very sure where this comes from. You're very sure about this article and the documents, the contents of a police file that you have provided to Mr. Madlanga. You are sure that they come from and are connected to the News 24 article. You speak very certainly in paragraph 74. Now you've just said you're not sure whether it was from the article or from WhatsApp. And I accept if you're not sure. I'm not saying you have to be sure for purpose of our discussion. But because you are not sure, can we disregard this paragraph as truth where you say it came from News 24? It was in the public domain, an affidavit that even News 24 refers to.
Can I consult my legal counsel?
No, you may not. Well, unless the chairperson's decision, actually. I do apologize for answering, Chair.
General, you see, at this stage, you are being asked probing questions, and to seek advice is a bit problematic because we do not know now whether you want assistance with the answer that you should give in response to the question. That is a bit problematic.
As I've indicated earlier, even if I can't consult my counsel, it's okay. But I wouldn't want us to disregard this. But there is that possibility, Commissioners, because indeed my counsel asked me these questions. I told them the very same thing I'm telling the Commission, and then they assisted me to go draw this thing. But I may have seen it and sent it. So I wouldn't want to disregard this. Once that thing comes, that is where I draw my conclusion that definitely this is the thing. But now I'm saying when the advocate is asking me that also there is this WhatsApp thing and this News 24, I consulted with my gadget, but I couldn't even pick it up there, hence the legal counsel assisted me. So I wouldn't want us to disregard it, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thanks. General, do you agree that that article does not attach the affidavits that you attached? Do you agree that the article, this 10 March News 24 article, doesn't contain, what it says, they've seen affidavits, but they don't actually provide a link to the affidavits? Do you accept that?
As it stands on the file now, it doesn't look like it has attachments, but there now. But by then, it may have had these articles and these affidavits, and then I did forward it to Mr. Madlanga.
Okay. So let's say that you did, for the sake of moving forward, that you saw these, you came into possession of these affidavits, whatever means, and the fact of the arrest had already been reported on in the News 24 article. You're not just an ordinary member of the public. You've been given top secret security clearance, isn't that so?
I did have, it has expired in September, as I testified yesterday. I have applied. There is a process. It is in the process of being dealt with by Crime Intelligence, Division Crime Intelligence.
You had top secret security clearance when you sent this police in
My top security clearance has expired 2025 September.
Yes, and you sent this in March 2025.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And to obtain top secret security clearance means that a high level of trust was reposed in you by the state, isn't that so?
I think the Division Crime Intelligence will come and explain the purpose and the processes why they give a person a top security clearance. When you apply, you submit everything to them. You will complete the forms that they are giving you. They do their own investigations, and then you tick that I'm applying to be issued with the top security clearance. Then you'll also go through a polygraph test that they ask you a lot of things like I'm being asked here, and after that they make that determination.
General, you're a very experienced, seasoned police officer, aren't you?
You saying so, yes.
You've said so. You told us, you spent some time yesterday explaining your different levels of experience.
I did explain my career pathing and my experience before here. So why must it is a given.
Yes. So you're saying you don't understand what the purpose of top secret security clearance is?
If I tell you my understanding, commissioners, the purpose of top security clearance is once you are issued with it, is that when the documents in possession of the state that have been classified and that you have been entrusted with, you cannot distribute them to any other person. It doesn't talk about unclassified documents. It talks about my understanding that classified documents, because it has to do with the missed document, which means the classification is got 3 levels. That is my understanding.
So all of this information you need to provide in order to get top secret security clearance, that's in order to see whether you are somebody who's trustworthy, who can be entrusted with sensitive information. Isn't that so?
What information am I providing?
You said that to get top secret security clearance, you've got to submit a lot of information.
I said you complete the forms, and then you submit the documents that are required there. And then what I didn't say, I must add it now, you also give a list of people, references, starting with your supervisors. Crime intelligence do their own investigation, vetting investigation, it's called. And then they make that determination after you have went through a polygraph test at the end.
Right. And the purpose, you're not answering the question, is to determine whether you are somebody who can be trusted to have top secret clearance. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Right. And the purpose of that is because you will come into contact with sensitive information.
Classified information.
Well, whether you're a trustworthy person or not depends on how you handle sensitive information that comes into your possession. Isn't that so?
Classified information, Commissioner.
Classified, but
Correct.
not confidential. So if you were to distribute confidential information as a top secret security cleared officer, that would be okay.
Commissioner, confidential falls within classified information. The
Okay.
levels of classification is confidential / restricted, secret, and top secret. So if a document is not endorsed, restricted or confidential or secret or top secret, that is not a classified. It's not a classified information.
And would
So
you,
let me ask you this. When the national head of the Hawks gives a directive to the provincial heads, and it's in the form of a letter, you are perfectly entitled to share it with Mr. Madlanga and say, hey, look at what the national head says to us. You can read and enjoy it at your leisure.
No, I can't.
But then it doesn't have classification, so why can't you not share it?
But I can't. I've testified yesterday that I've never took information from the police and sent it outside. And there was no evidence, commissioners, that was presented before this commission that confirm or suggest that I took a docket and scanned it or took pictures of it and sent it to Mr. Madlanga for whatever reasons. All I'm saying, whatever I sent to Mr. Madlanga, it was documents that were in the public domain. I even indicated on the 31st. General Kumalo said it was on the 1st. They indicated a lot of people had that letter.
General, that's not what I'm asking you.
I'm coming to
General,
answer the question.
What I'm asking you is, if other people have leaked a letter, are you saying you are then entitled to continue with that and to continue circulating it? Is it not your responsibility to say, whoever leaked it made a mistake, I should not be doing that also?
It's not a question of entitlement, Commissioner.
Isn't that precisely what you did? Because you saying it's in the public domain, you didn't put it in the public domain, you see it, but then you feel entitled to circulate it and share it with Mr. Madlanga. Factually, that's what happened.
It's not a question of entitlement. I was sharing a document that was garnering in the public domain. Maybe in your submissions, commissioners, that maybe it will be included, and then. But now this is my answer now.
Well, General, you say no one has presented evidence here that you took a picture or you made copies of dockets or documents, official documents, and shared them with the public. You're right, nobody has presented that, but we have documents here that are official state documents. You send them to a private citizen who is your friend, brother, who is accused of involvement in serious crimes or alleged crimes. You send that, and what we are doing is battling to get an understanding of this, how it is you gained possession of these documents that you forward. That's why this engagement with you. It's not, don't reduce it to, well, you didn't see me standing at a photocopier. Don't reduce it to that. We are dealing with trying to establish how did you get these documents and send them and why. We know it's not from the News 24 article. Now we know that. And the question is, well, how else would you have gotten them? That's the one issue. But the second issue is just a cursory paging through these documents. They include, for example, an ID copy of Mr. Nangi at page 141 with his picture and details. You give that to Mr. Madlanga. And I'm doing this randomly. Page 150 has got his marriage certificate. You give that to Mr. Madlanga with full details. And then you go to page 260, and again, it's random. You've got a deed of transfer of property, which has property details of, I think, Maria or somebody. So you giving documents, you're sharing documents with Mr. Madlanga, and quite a hefty number of pages, which we are battling to accept. At least I am battling to accept that all of this would have been attached to a news article. Starting from page 65, it goes beyond 277. It goes beyond that. That all of this would have been an attachment that you found in a media report. I'm battling with that. But the further area of concern is there's highly personal information, which in a different context you are precluded by the Protection of Personal Information Act from distributing further. But you've shared it with Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Nangi's business address, somewhere you've got Ekurhuleni City bills for electricity or rates and taxes of Mr. Nangi. So you really put his personal information, and you say you didn't know whether Mr. Madlanga knew him and knew that he lived in the estate. So you've shared seriously personal information. You're a police officer. You've come into access to seriously personal information. You share it with a person who is accused of serious criminal conduct, and you don't seem to think, at best, there was a lack of judgment. If it wasn't deliberate, you don't seem to sit there and say, well, yeah, now I see I shouldn't have done this. You're making it appear it's all benign, it was nothing. And yet again, I find it very difficult to accept that there is an innocent explanation behind you sharing this bundle. It's this big. Just to give you context, that there is a benign, innocent explanation behind you sharing all of this information of Mr. Nangi and I think Stephanie Brites, somebody, with Mr. Madlanga. And I think it's much more sinister than you are prepared to share with us. Do you have any comment to that?
Commissioners, when I send the affidavit to Mr. Madlanga, I never realized that this whole other attachments here until they were presented to me by the Commission. But I've now taken note, the magnitude of this. I've now taken note. But I've never realized that this document is having so large documents. Mm. So I see what happened. I see what this has caused in terms of these people's particulars and everything. But I understand where the Commissioner is coming from.
Thank you, General.
Would you?
Personal details of DPCI officers in case of 166. When you see that the information you share, these are police officers with their personal details, with their ranks, with their telephone numbers, circumstances where you know that DPCR is investigating, do you now accept that that was wrong? You should not have done that.
I am saying, when I sent the affidavit, I didn't realize the magnitude of this document. I only read the affidavit and sent it. Not that it is wrong of me sending it, but I've realized now when the Commission has given me this document, that this document is too huge, it contains this type of information. When you show me, because I see here, there is one, as you indicated, Commissioner, 3 ID numbers. Commissioner says 4. It's 3, Commissioner.
No, you missed the one on the first page. But
Which?
I counted them.
The first page, you check, page 60?
No, you don't need to go there. Remember, my focus was details of police officers. At least 2 of them are directorate of priority crimes head officers. On page 66. So look at the last colonel and their name. You'll see that they are with DPCI, KZN.
Correct.
And then the second one is the captain. You'll see that they are with DPCI, KZN.
Correct, Commissioner.
You see that. And then you've got subs detectives. And then you've got crime intelligence people whose ID numbers you have identified. Do you see that?
I see that,
Yes.
Commissioner.
And that is wrong.
But the ID number on this page are 2. Is that one of anti-kidnapping unit?
Please don't mention the names. Just accept the principle that it is wrong to share with Mr. Matlala personal details of police officers and DPCI officers. That's all I'm putting to you. Not how many ID numbers are there. We can see that there are ID numbers there. In some places, the ID numbers are not there. But you have shared personal details of your subordinates, DPCI, KZN people. You've shared details of General Mkwanazi and his office and email address. You've shared details of crime intelligence officers, including their ID numbers. In circumstances where you know that Matlala is under investigation by the very same institutions.
Commissioner, I said in my response that when I read the affidavit, and based on that, I didn't realize the magnitude and the volume of this document. So I only forwarded it.
Now you realize the magnitude.
I said I realized after I received this document from the Commission.
General, when you say you received this document from the Commission, you accept that these are the documents that you sent.
Look,
I mean, we get this from you. You sent this long list of documents, right?
I sent it, I agree.
Okay.
But I do not, Commissioner, have a capacity or in terms of the problems of my gadget to retrieve it for myself to come here. So after, when the commission was established, I got what transpired there from the commission in order for me to come in.
So when you received it from us, you realized that what you did was wrong?
Not wrong, but I didn't realize the magnitude of this document by the time I sent it.
You didn't realize the magnitude of the document?
Yeah, I never
Meaning
thought this
the
document...
size. Meaning the size?
The size and some of the documents, because I only read, as I've earlier indicated, the affidavit. It caught my eye there with the address, then I sent it. So I never realized the magnitude of this document and other documents that have been attached. But that is my response, Commissioners.
But you realized when you looked at it again that what you did was wrong, because as you said to me earlier when I asked you about this, you said that there are a number of annexures to this. So you know that there were annexures to the affidavit.
I wouldn't accept the part of wrongfulness from my side, but it might be an oversight for not reading the entire document before I send it.
See, this is why I asked you about top secret security clearance. The commissioners intervened with where I was going, because the attachments contain a great deal of information that's confidential, that's personal. They're personal photographs in those annexures. And for somebody in your position, with top secret security clearance, you are required to handle state documents with care. Isn't that so?
The state documents with care, correct.
Yes. So these documents contain information, as we've already gone through, we don't need to repeat it now, that is information that is part of a docket. It is SAP's information, including other people's personal information, and you forwarded it without looking at all of that, and that was improper.
Hence, I'm saying it was an error that I only read the affidavit and sent it. But when you look at it, the entire document and the magnitude, you'll see that when I look at it after I've received it, I've realized that this, for me, is a document that was utilized for the civil claim.
You didn't realize that when you sent it
Correct.
to Mr. Madlanga?
Correct.
You didn't look at it, you just sent it to him?
I read the affidavit, I saw the address, and I just sent it, as I've indicated
So you
before.
did read the affidavit, so you did see what the contents were?
You see, when I talk about reading the affidavit, first, second paragraph, I saw the address, and then I never read it fully, and then I sent it. Hence, I say it was an error on my side.
But
That I never read the entire document before I sent it.
But the names and personal information of DPCI officers and others are in the affidavit. They're at the front of the affidavit.
That I didn't see when I read and sent by the commissioners.
But you do accept the duty on you as a person in your position. I'm going to keep repeating it because you hold a senior office, and all South Africans expect that people in your kind of office will conduct themselves consistent with their duties. Your duty, the duties that you held, required that you do not share this kind of information with a member of the public, regardless of whether it was in the public domain or not.
I think the issue of regardless whether in the public domain or not, Commissioner Kumalo asked me, I responded. And I want to repeat myself again that I made an error by not reading the entire document. I only read the first page, that page of the affidavit of Mr. Nange, and then I forwarded it. So I think that is the response I can give.
And that was not consistent with your duties, particularly somebody with top secret security clearance who's meant to conduct themselves in a way that doesn't make them vulnerable to compromise, correct?
That is how you see it, but not how I see it.
You don't see your duties in that way?
No, and with relation to this document, yeah. I've explained why I send it, and then I'm also telling the commissioners that I never read the entire document. It is the error that I've done. I don't know how do I explain it further or whatever, but that is what happened.
I'm not going to go any further on this, Commissioners. I'm going to move on. I think you've answered the question. We're going to return to it again because it's not the only instance. So I'm afraid that you will have to face this again. Let's just move on that page page 30, where we were.
30.
30.
Okay.
You say after you send
Is that still?
it's the WhatsApp conversation,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
file 1 of 1.
Thank you. And you say 30.
30.
Thank you.
So on that page, you say on the 18th of March, you send a message to Mr. Matlala, brother, did you find those guys? What were you referring to?
I do not have a recollection of this one, Commissioners. It must be made clear that I'm also a human being. I can't recall each and every little thing that is here. I can't recall.
You don't recall?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. So page that we were on, page 29, if we go to page 34, you'll see 9 April 2025 at the bottom of the page.
Page
34?
34.
Yes.
I'm there.
You arranged to meet again on 9 April, is that correct? If you look at the bottom of the page, you send him a message, you say, I'm here in Emperor's Palace and we are finishing around 5 to 6.
Yeah, I see this one. I was in Emperor's Palace, and he wanted to see me. I said, we will be finishing our engagement there with between 1700 and 1800 hours. But when you turn the page over.
But you were at Empress Palace on work
Yes,
duty?
yes.
Work duty,
Yeah.
yes.
When you turn over, he said, can I come after 1800 hours? I say yes. But eventually this meeting never took place.
It never took place. How do you know that? How do you recall that?
I am telling you because I know what we were doing there. It never took place.
Why didn't it take place?
Because he couldn't come through. After we worked, I went to the room and then we slept. He couldn't come through. The meeting didn't take place.
Okay, so you remember on that day that the meeting did not take place, on 9 April?
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
I said I'm going to tell the truth. Whatever I remember, I will assist the commission. What I can't remember, I'm still begging maybe for forgiveness for not remembering, but I'm a human being as well. That needs to be noted.
Can you turn over the page? So we were on 35, page 36.
Yes.
At first, you have a conversation. You ask him, are you coming? This is 11 April. He says, I'm with the kids. As soon as their mother gets home, I'll leave. Where am I going to find you? And then you respond, let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place at 9.
Yes.
And what is our usual place? Is that
Mainland Maine.
Mainland Maine?
Yes, commissioners.
At 9 in the morning.
Yes, commissioners.
And did you have that meeting?
I want to check properly. 11 April. What day of the week was it? Can I check? 11. It was a Friday, and some of these things, they are just running away from me. But I believe we might have met. I believe I'm talking under correction. I believe we might have met.
General, you probably, we are at page 38, Ms. Asim?
Yes.
30? Is it 38 or 37?
No, hold on a second. We were
Well,
we were 11 April. Let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place at 9. Right, and then I'm asking whether you then met.
No, you see, what I wrote here on the 11th, when you look at the top on page 37, Commissioners, I see there I wrote, spend time with the family. That is giving me an indication that we might not have met because there was some things that he had to meet with the family and do. I've just picked up this and then it tells me we never met because there were issues that he had to attend to, the wife and kids.
No, but isn't the problem with that the WhatsApp is from the 11th, so it's the day before? If you look at the earlier WhatsApp of 1856, it says, let's meet tomorrow morning at our usual place. The next WhatsApp is a WhatsApp of the same date, and it says, spend time with the family. So it can be referring to the following day.
Thank you for correcting, for highlighting that, Commissioner. I think I really appreciate. Yeah. So on the following day, it should have been the 12th. Yeah. Normally, if I leave or I arrive there, I will say I'm on my way to our usual place. But I don't see that we did talk about that. So I'm just worried to say we met or we never met. I see it's not there. Normally we say I'm going to our place.
So you don't remember?
I'm not 100% sure whether we met or not because immediately after that we were talking on the 13th.
And then on the 13th of April, you send a message saying, I'm on our way to our place. This is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, the time we met. You see, as I was indicating before, it even came quicker to assist me there.
Sorry, did you meet on the 13th of April?
Yes, I believe so, we did meet.
When did you meet on the 13th of April? Was it that afternoon?
In the afternoon.
And so you sent that to him at 16:01. And you say, on our way to our place.
Yes.
So what time roughly do you think you would have arrived there?
It take me, depends on the traffic, but I can say roughly 30 minutes. Okay.
So the next message then is from Mr. Matlala. By now you would have arrived. The next message is from Mr. Matlala. And here he shares with you certain documents.
Yeah, I see. She shared with me these documents.
Right. So let's go to those documents. And the first one is SEN 3. And you'll find that at page 286 of the same file, the same WhatsApp file. 286.
Okay.
Okay. Can you identify that document that he sent you?
I see the document.
Yes. What is it?
It's a company of, on top there it says Senzo and Tembeka.
It says Senzo and Tembeka Nkunu Foundation,
yeah.
and the number of the company,
Yes,
company registration number,
Yes.
and then the details of the company and the directors,
yes,
etc.
yes.
So why did Mr. Matlala share this with you?
I definitely do not know, because this document, when he sent me on that day of the 13th, we were talking there, I never read them, never read these documents. You'll see it is 1, 2, 3 documents that I didn't read, and then, but he did send it to me.
I'm going through them one by one, so let's start with the first one.
Okay.
You received this, you say you didn't read it.
I didn't read it, yes, because we were talking, and
So you knew what he was sending you, because by now you're in the meeting with him.
I know when you open it here, because when you sent us the Rule 3 notification, these things were never there. This SEN3, SEN4 and SEN5, they were not there. And the document that we received through the Rule 3 has got certain things that maybe I will show the commissioners in the document that was sent to me initially. But I didn't open this document.
I'm not sure what you're saying. This document is a document that was sent to you on your phone, on your WhatsApp.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm saying I didn't open it.
You didn't open it
I
when?
don't know the contents of
At any point ever? You never opened this document?
I never opened this document, commissioners.
And this document would have been sent to you while you were in the meeting with Mr. Matlala. So he would have told you what he's sending you. It would have been part of your conversation?
No.
So you're in a meeting with him, and while you're in a meeting with him, he sends you documents, but you don't talk about it.
Yes, I didn't open this document. We were sitting there having our talks, and then from there, I saw he sent me documents, then I left. I didn't open these documents, commissioners.
And what talks were you having? This is now 13 April.
13 April, we were having our general discussion, social discussion there, and eventually, I agree, he did send this document, and for that matter, I didn't read this one.
You didn't read this one,
Correct.
okay. But sorry, what conversation? You said you were having your discussions. What discussions? What was the purpose of your meeting?
It's personal things that I don't want to disclose here.
It had nothing to do with the upcoming meeting on 15 April.
The issue of the upcoming meeting on 15 April, we talked about it on the 14th.
But not on the 13th? You can remember that you did not discuss it on the 13th.
There we were talking personal stuff that I'm not in a position to can disclose here, even in camera.
Okay. But this is now 13 April, where you're very wary, and you said exercising caution in relation to Mr. Matlala, correct?
Caution?
You said you were exercising caution in relation to Mr. Matlala because you were disturbed by what you read about him.
What are you talking about? I'm lost.
You earlier said you...
Yeah, 5 March.
He's going back to 5 March.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, no, 5
okay.
March is a pivotal moment in our life in this commission with you.
Yeah,
Because
I think I've already indicated that maybe my fault was that not to terminate it instantly, as the commissioner was asking me before we break for lunch. So I still stand by my submission to the commissioner that I was doing it gradually like that. However, here we met and did that. You know, we as people, we differ how we deal with things. That's what I said. But I was hammered here that you as the head of the Hawks, you should have done instantly. So I've taken note of that seriously. So, and I believe maybe in the near future, the same kind of practice, it will never happen. I'm one person who learns when you are advised and told about issues that you should have done the other way around when they are seen as issues that are being done wrong, whereas I didn't see it as a wrong thing. So I've taken note, and it's going to help me in my further life.
What I was debating with you is actually more than that. It's more than merely indicating how you ought to have behaved in this context.
Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
that's part of it. But the point was more that you were cozy with Mr. Madlanga throughout, until, as you say, your arrest, and his arrest. I'm very sorry. And I put all of these texts together. I just said page 28 to page 60. Now, Advocate Hassim is taking you through all of them. And nothing, and we are now in April, and nothing indicates that this is somebody who wants to terminate communication with, or I don't know, you said you wanted to terminate the relationship, and you sort of wanted to suggest that there's a difference between terminating the relationship and terminating the communication. So look how this starts what Advocate Hassim is taking you through. You say, I'm here now, and let's meet at our usual place. And you are the one initiating that. And remember, I said when I put all of this together, 28 to 60, and I said, and some of them were actually initiated by you. And now you are basically inviting Mr. Madlanga, let's go meet at our usual place. So when I say it's more than just what you refer to as advice, what I'm saying is all of this actually gives the lie to what you are suggesting, which is that you wanted to terminate the relationship or communication with Mr. Madlanga. All of this gives the lie to that.
Commissioners, when you look at the communication, when we were supposed to meet and then he said it's with the kids and we postponed, up until that day, sometimes you become that type of a human being who would want to understand and curious. So we went there, we had our discussions, but I understand why the commissioner is like this and feeling like this. I understand that. But having said that, commissioners, I say my fault is not to terminate it with immediate effect.
But do you agree that what this points to is that it actually points to the opposite of what you are suggesting to us, which is that you wanted to terminate the relationship? It actually shows that you were still very friendly towards him. Do you accept that that's what this evinces, this shows?
I'm saying I took too much time, too long to terminate.
Do you accept that that's what the texts show? They indicate
it doesn't
that
show
you
that
still...
I'm lying, Commissioner.
No. Do you accept that these texts actually show the opposite of what you are suggesting to us? They actually show that you were still very friendly towards Mr. Madlanga. Do you accept that?
Friendly but not close.
Do you accept that they show that you were friendly towards him?
I accept that I was still talking to him.
In a friendly manner?
Of course, we're not fighting, Commissioner.
Do you accept that you were communicating with him in a friendly manner?
I accept I was communicating with him in a friendly manner.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Do you accept that from page 28 up to where Ms. Hassim is, it shows that you were communicating with him a lot? A lot. And if you want to check, you're free to do that. You can go to page 28. It's that message about General Mkwanazi and the DPCI. You go to the next page, there are 2 WhatsApp messages. One of them is from him saying, good morning. You say, you respond, see you at 2000 hours. Next page, Mr. Madlanga writes once at page 30. You are there 3 times. You are there. Here you say, the next one, you send that document that we discussed, the thick document. You have an audio/video call, and then you say, brother, did you find the guys? You tell us you don't remember what this is about. And the last one, it's you again. You go to the next page, it's you again. No, Mr. Madlanga, it's you. You go to the next one, at the top, it's you. Mr. Madlanga once, the next one is you. The next one is Mr. Madlanga, the next one is you. Next page, 2 messages, both from you. Next page 34, it's you, Mr. Madlanga, you, Mr. Madlanga, you, Mr. Madlanga, you. Next page, Mr. Madlanga, you, Mr. Madlanga, you, and then you again. Page 36, the same pattern. It's you, Mr. Madlanga, you, Mr. Madlanga, you, you. And the next page, it's you. And then we are at page 38. It's Mr. Madlanga twice. It's you 3 times. And then it's Mr. Madlanga twice. That's a lot. Yeah, throughout, up to where we are. You are communicating a lot with Mr. Madlanga. And you say you want to terminate the relationship. That doesn't bear it out. It shows someone who is still closely involved with Mr. Madlanga.
Do you wish to comment, General?
No comment.
Thank you. Ms. Hassan?
The second document that you...
So before you do that, I would like to talk about this first document.
Oh, yes.
Yes. The document that is about the business of Minister Mkhunu, you say you seem to accept that Mr. Madlanga sent it to you as you are in a meeting with him. That's how I understood your discussion with Ms. Hassan. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yeah, as it is given to me, I see the way these things are. I said yes.
You accept that at that time you were still in the meeting. Okay.
Because, commissioners, at one stage, when one look at these things, they leave sometimes much to be desired for. These messages, according to what I heard, is a download, and then from there they did the screenshots. These messages.
What are you saying about it? Let me understand.
Sometimes one might have to have a problem with the messages because sometimes they say it's a download and screenshots messages. Maybe the evidence leader might assist us that how did they retrieve this information from the cell phones?
No. I'm still having the discussion with you. You have testified that you did receive this, but you didn't open it.
Correct.
Yes, that's all I'm checking. That you were in a meeting, he sent you this, you have admitted to us that you received this, but you say, but I did not open it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Madlanga, as you are sitting with him in a meeting, why he would send you a document that relates to the business of Minister Mkhunu?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
And you say you were not discussing, you're telling the commission that document, you were not discussing anything to do with Mr. Mkhunu's business or Mr. Mkhunu when he sent that document?
Correct, Commissioners.
And you were not curious in that meeting what document he has sent you?
I was not curious. They didn't open this document, Commissioner.
You didn't open it?
No.
Okay. I must say, I think it's improbable that you're sitting with a person in a meeting and they send you a document and they don't say anything to you about it. There's no discussion between you where they tell you, I'm sending you this document as I'm sitting with you. I think it's very hard to believe that anything like that would happen. And you don't ask that you've just sent me something, what is it? It's really improbable, and I want to propose it did not happen that way. You knew as he sent it to you at that time what it is that he's sending to you. Do you have any comment?
I didn't know, Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hassan?
Sorry, Ms. Hassan, let us take a body break, please, but we would like to see counsel. Let me not indicate what time we'll be back. We'll just get Mr. Michaels, I don't see him here. Oh, yeah, to come indicate that we are coming back. Let's adjourn and let's quickly see counsel. Let's adjourn.
It seems we are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please.
As we indicated to council outside, we'll adjourn at 5 p.m.
General, we were dealing with page 38, and we dealt with the first document that was shared with you that we've looked at, which was the Senzo and Timbeka Mkhunu Foundation company information. And you said that that was sent to you while you were meeting, but that you didn't look at the document. And that was sent to you at 16:32:07. So there were 3 documents that were sent immediately, all at exactly the same time, simultaneously. The second one is attached here as SEN4, and that's on page 201. Can you turn to that, please? Do you have it? Page 201.
200
201.
$201.
201, yes.
On which file?
The same file.
201.
Yes.
Okay, I am at 201.
Okay.
Advocate Asim, 201 or 291?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
291.
very late in the day. My eyesight's beginning to... It's 291.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kumalo. Apologies, General. 291.
Yes, I
You're
see.
there. Okay.
Yes.
So you'll see this is a document that's marked strictly confidential at the top, and it says confidential information concerning the identity of the president, and then it has information relating to President Ramaphosa. You see that?
I see the document, Commissioners.
So why did he send this to you?
I also do not know, and if he sent it to me, I didn't open. If he sent it to me, I didn't open it. You know, these documents, when I look at them now, because it's now that I see the contents, I would have reported this to my principal.
So you would have reported this to your principal?
Yes, because it is unusual that a private person can have these documents. So I didn't open them. I didn't know what was inside. But if I knew, Commissioners, definitely I would have written an information note to my supervisor, informing him about this, what I've just discovered with a person of so-and-so, Mr. Madlanga.
So you're saying that, again, you're saying in the meeting where he sends you simultaneously these documents, he doesn't say anything to you about what he's sending to you. You have no discussion about it.
That's correct.
In the course of the meeting, and you have no discussion about it after the meeting either.
That's correct, Commissioners. I didn't read it. If I read it, the communication after that was going to be there about it, but I was going to write an information note to my supervisor in order for action to be taken what needs to be taken. Investigation.
Sorry, Ms. Hassim. There are actually two things that arise from this, and one is what Ms. Hassim has referred to, which is he did not tell you what this was. The second thing is, did he tell you anything at all with regard to sending these documents? This is actually a question that my colleague, Commissioner Baloy, asked. But I just want clarity on it, and to say we just must be clear what you say about these two things. You've responded to the one that Ms. Hassim is raising. But I want to know, did Mr. Matlala say to you, my brother, I am now sending you something? Did he say that at all,
No.
as you were sitting there?
No, Commissioner.
So you are sitting there, you are at a meeting, you are discussing whatever it is you are discussing, so he silently just sends you these documents, these three documents, and he's completely mum about them.
Commissioners, he will be the one who will answer why did he send it to me. It is an unfortunate, I never happened to open and read this document.
No, please, I'm not asking you about opening. I'm asking you now about the two of you sitting together, having a discussion at a meeting, and he sends you this. He's silent, completely silent. He does not even say, please have a look, I've just sent you something, or I've sent you something, please have a look when you find time. Nothing like that. He sends them, he's silent about them.
That's correct, Commissioner.
I will say to you that's totally improbable, General.
You see, this one, Commissioner, I would have taken action. This,
I will suggest to you that you say what you are saying, which is that, one, he was completely silent about sending you something, and two, you did not read it. You are saying all those things exactly because you realize that you definitely ought to have done something about this open quote, strictly confidential, close quote document. That's why you are saying, one, he did not say, I'm now sending you a document, and two, you are saying, I never read these attachments. You are saying that because this is staring you in the eye, and you cannot say, I did read this and did nothing about it. That's why you are saying what you are saying. What do you say to that?
Commissioner, I didn't read it, and he never told me he's sending me these documents. I saw the documents came in. I never read it. After our meeting, I get into the car. I went home. I'm saying because I happened to see the actual contents when they commission's attorneys have sent us this thing. But prior to that, I didn't know what are the contents of these messages he sent me, these documents.
Are there many other messages from him that you never read?
Is these three? The other
these
ones,
three, that's very interesting.
It is these three commissioners, and that I can recollect.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, these three commissioners I've never read, and then now I'm advised they were sent to me, but I never read it. If I read it, commissioners, I would have written a report recommending investigation.
At the risk of repeating myself, it is just not the natural thing for people. You're sitting together, someone sneakily sends you a text and is mum about it. That's just, it's odd. I am not discounting, 100% discounting the possibility that some people might do that, but it is not the natural way in which people relate. When a person is sending you something and they are with you, they will say, I am now sending you X document. Please have a look. If, for example, they know it's something short, they could even say that whilst you are sitting together. Or they may say, please have a look when you have time. But one, to be silent about it, and then coincidentally, you also not reading it at all. I will leave it at that. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Well, let me add another improbability to what is being put to you by the chair. It is that you don't ask him, you're sitting with him. You don't say, what have you just sent me? It's improbable that happened. And it's unbelievable that human conduct, that it's consistent with normal human conduct. You're sitting with a person in a meeting, you tell us you're not discussing anything that comes out of these, which, by the way, in their content are controversial. They are controversial. Why would he tell you about these things? What were you discussing with him? So these are not benign documents. These are documents and their content are controversial. You say, well, he sent them to me. I saw them come in, and I want to correct what you said earlier, General, when you say I'm being advised they were sent. No, your evidence is they came in as I was sitting in the meeting. I saw them and I got into my car and I left. So you received them. The further improbability that I'm adding is that you don't ask him, what have you just sent me? Unless you knew what he has sent you. That's the most reasonable explanation. You didn't ask, he didn't tell you, because you knew what it is that he's sending you.
I didn't know, Commissioner. What is it that you were sending?
Yes, you've said that. Thank you.
Just to go back to these documents, I'm going to go to the next document and then ask further questions about this. So if the Commission just give me a little bit of space to do that. The next document is SCN 5, page 295. And it's an article. This is a media article. 295. Right, it's a news report regarding corruption in the Rustenburg municipality.
I see.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and now this document was also sent simultaneously with the other two. So your answer is the same in respect of this as with the other two.
Correct.
So can you explain to the Commission why you didn't deal with this in your statement? You now here, in response to the questions, you're saying that you didn't see this, and if you had seen it, you didn't open them. If you had opened them, you would have taken steps. But you don't address any of that. You don't. That evidence, that answer, that response is nowhere in your statement. Why did you not address this in your statement?
It is because I didn't read them.
You didn't read it even in preparation for preparation of your statement, your written statement.
This you gave us after we have already submitted our statement.
That's not true.
Okay, I'll prove to you. I think on Sunday, they sent documents to my attorneys. I was sitting there, they were supposed to deliver documents. This past Sunday, already, I think my affidavit was in, if my memory serves me well. Because now, even if I request to consult, I don't know if I'll be allowed, because I want to show the Commissioner and my attorney something here on this document and also here so that I can get a clarity. But no, the document...
General, I've got to intervene because this is disingenuous. What you're saying is this file, that's correct, this exhibit file you received a few days ago, but the contents, this document was provided to you last year.
With Rule 53, Rule 3.
Last year, it was in response to the Rule 3, it was in response to correspondence from your side asking for further information. All of these annexures were provided to you before your statement. That's why you were able to respond to certain other things in your statement.
If commissioners, it it is alleged that these things were sent to me last year. These are the documents this document that I'm having now here is the document that was sent to me with Rule 3 last year. This one that I'm having. Because I was looking into these things, and then I'm looking for something here that I want to show the commissioners. Date is 11.
We'll prove to you that you received it before your statement.
Commissioners, can I be allowed to also respond? Otherwise, if I'm not allowed to be respond, I feel that I'm not protected.
Please respond, General.
Can I talk to my counsel and show them this? Then I'll bring it to the commissioners. Remind them that this is what I'm talking to. Please.
Don't you want to just articulate the point that you are articulating? Aren't you able to articulate it such that we understand the point you are making, General?
Commissioners.
Yes.
You see, I want to bring it to you so that you can have a look at it.
Okay. Or to us, yeah, fine.
No, I'll bring it.
No.
I'll bring it, Commissioner. I want you to show them this page.
Everything is redacted. Everything is redacted.
Can I request, Commissioners, that the very same documents must be shown to my attorneys?
What we have observed is that that appears to have been texts, WhatsApp texts, but everything is redacted. That's what we see. I don't know whether that's what you want us to observe, General.
Further.
Yeah. Let's leave it there. Let me just state what we observed here. Yes, General. What point do you want to make about what you just showed us?
Here, I'm able to see at the bottom, date 13/04/2025, 1631. It correlates with SEN 5. Page 39. On top again, it correlates with...
Just before you move, please.
SEN 5 is on page 295. So when you say 39, is 39 of which annexure?
My apologies, Commissioners. 38, sorry. Not SEN 5, but on page 39 is annexure SEN 5, which is on the page that the Commissioner is indicated.
So in the text, are you saying we look at page 39?
From 38, Commissioner.
38.
From 38.
Okay. And then, so you say what you showed us correlates with what's on page 38?
The date.
Oh.
And when this document goes hand in hand with this one.
Yeah.
This is the document that the advocate says I received last year.
So what you say you received was that document where all the texts are redacted?
Not all of them. Some, the reduction is it's on the cellular phone. It was high. How do I put it? It was highlighted in black, which it prevented one to see the cellular telephone numbers. This is the document that I've received with Rule 3 of the Commission, with the allegations, with the transcripts of 3 pages of General Kumalo from the Commission, then from the instructed my attorneys. Then the documents, these ones that are with these documents on the 200 and something, the ones that we just dealt with, these files were sent electronically. Sunday, I had to sit with my attorneys at his offices, and then we waited, and then the files never arrived because there were correspondences between the attorneys of the Commission and my attorney. Up until Monday, those files, we were promised they would come, and they never came. And these documents, this one, I think they sent an electronic one, but certain things couldn't be opened, and they promised us to send hard copies, like I'm having here, of which it didn't happen. But coming back to what I showed the Commissioner, this thing, the way it is, Commissioners, it leaves a lot to be desired for. When you download a phone, you use a software that is called XRY. You download a phone, it will tell you everything. You will see which.
I don't think we need to get into that detail.
I want to explain this, Commissioners. If I'm not given the opportunity to explain this, then I think whatever is happening with me, it will be totally unfair.
What's the process of how this information gets extracted from the phone?
I'm saying,
what is the relevance of that to whatever point you want to make about what appears to be a redacted document?
I'm saying this document, I suspect it has been friddled with this document.
And you say that for the first time when you are being asked probing questions. You say you received that last year, and your statement, which was due when? Quite some time back, I think, and which was received. When was your statement received? Do you know? By the Commission. Ms. Hasim?
It was an unsigned version was received. An unsigned version was received very late. It was due on the 16th of January. We received it on the 22nd, unsigned,
yes.
And a signed version on the 23rd of January.
Yes. You accept the correctness of that, Ms. Mafisa?
Chairperson.
Just the detail about receipt
Of the
statement by the Commission.
Yes, the statement was sent on the 22nd, and then, Chairperson, what was the second question?
Maybe let's leave it. It doesn't, yeah. What I wanted to get at is, you say, General, you received what you just showed us last year, correct? The Commission received your statement a few days back, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And your statement says nothing about what you are now, for the first time, wanting to tell us, which is that you are basically querying the contents of the texts based on the process in accordance with which texts are extracted from cell phones. So what I'm saying is, you received that last year, and you are saying that only now when you are being asked probing questions. You have not raised it in your statement, and at no other point have you raised that. Why is that so?
I thought I will raise it to the Commission
wasn't the earliest point when you prepared your statement? Ought you not to have raised it in your statement? Why is it that you are raising it only now?
This one with these disclosures, when we submitted my statement, it was...
I'm sorry?
This file with the disclosures of these messages that were sent, the disclosures.
What about them?
We got it on Sunday through what you call, is it Sunday, when they sent the file via email, the documents via email. And this one, I received it when I arrived here on yesterday.
I'm asking you about the one that you received last year in which you say is doctored. That's what I'm asking you about. I'm not asking you about what you received recently. Why is it that in your statement you did not say last year I was given a document that purported to be texts? Actually, those purported texts are doctored. Why did you not say it at the latest in your statement?
Maybe it might be an error that I didn't do this, because I thought when I come here, whatever will be receiving, it will be like this. It will be the same like this. Now I see it's not the same. Here it's opening up. It's opened up. Here, it has been hidden. That is why I'm raising it now with the commissioners, because now I remember I'm having this document. Then I just took it from my bag, but this is the document that it was sent to me with the Rule 3. If we can go back to those emails of Rule 3 that was sent to me before I instruct my attorney, this document, it will be like this. That is why I'm raising it now.
Thank you, General. Ms. Hassim?
It's such an extraordinary turn of events, because I'm trying to find the ruling. The chair may recall that in November, General Sonona was here. I was not present on that day, but we do have the transcript of the ruling in our files. If I could just get the reference, please. In which there was discussion about documents that the witness required in order to come and give his evidence here. Because, if you recall, he was due to give his evidence at the end of November last year. And in the ruling, and between the council teams, it was agreed that at that point, all information that had been requested was now in the possession of the witness. So, in fact, it is, the ruling says it is recorded that General Sonona is in possession of all documents emanating from the Commission that he requires to consider for the purposes of preparing his witness statement.
But as I understand it, Ms. Hassim, his point is that's one of the documents he received, and what you've just read now may well have been referring to this very document that's basically blank. And that when he said that is, he has received everything that he requires. By that he meant even receiving that which is blank. From where he was sitting, he may well not have known how and for what purpose that blank document was going to be used for. So I guess the point of substance is, did the evidence leaders furnish him, or the Commission's attorneys furnish him with that blank document? And if so, to what end?
I would have to inquire why that particular document was sent. But as for sending the information that's relevant for the purposes of the statement, it was clear from the ruling, because there had been a discussion and a meeting at that time with the evidence leader who was present and the legal team for the witness. There was a discussion about the documents and what was required. prior to the ruling being made. And that was the agreement that they had come to. So there are two separate issues here. I don't know about this document that the General is waving around.
Chairperson?
Ms. Hassan, maybe another question or another way of asking the same question of the chairperson, if it's not a different question, is whether whatever he was given, that General Sinona was given in November or earlier last year, did it include these annexures? So what he's given us, it's the reduction doesn't tell you. And his complaint is, but that's what I got. It didn't have these annexures. That's how I'm understanding him. And so the question is, when material was given to him, whether electronically or in hard copy, did it include these three annexures? And that's a relevant question because he's being taxed on, he didn't address this in his statement. And basically what he's saying is, I couldn't have addressed it because I didn't have these annexures.
My understanding is that he was provided with the chats and the annexures, and I'm asking the attorney to just look for the record of that. But I don't have it in front of me now to be able to definitively say to you on this date or what happened. Yeah, and it was never brought to my attention at any point that he was not in possession of these annexures until now.
Perhaps then in that case, you have to pend your discussion with him about not having addressed this in his statement until you have verified, if you
yes,
do verify.
I'm happy to do that because
I guess I should be the one pending because I'm the one who asked the question. Yes. Yeah, I will stop with asking questions along why you are only raising this now, General, until this has been gone into a little bit more. Yeah. But what I would want to place on record, though, is that but what you are being taken through now are your own texts together with Mr. Madlanga. And at no point from yesterday until now did I ever hear you say that you are not in a position to deal with your own texts, which were shared between you and Mr. Madlanga. I thought I should just place that on record. Yes, Ms. Hassan?
Thank you, Chair. So we'll continue on the basis of the chats, and I will hold my question about why the statement doesn't deal with these annexures, these particular three annexures that we were just addressing. But General, what we were saying was, what you had said was, you didn't open these documents when Mr. Madlanga sent them to you.
Correct.
Right? And so you didn't know what they concerned. He was sitting with you when he sent it to you, but he didn't say anything to you about it and why he's sending it, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And you didn't ask him either.
Correct, Commissioner.
You didn't ask him at the time that he was sending it and you were receiving it with him, nor did you ask him at any later stage.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So you do meet soon after that. If we just look at page 39, you say on the 14th of April, "Good morning, my brother. Can we please postpone our Wednesday evening meeting to Thursday? I mixed up the dates."
We never met. It was a postponement of a meeting, that one, Commissioners.
Yes, so you were due to meet, so 14th of April was a Monday. So you were due to meet on the Wednesday, and you said You asked him to postpone it to the Thursday, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then the response from Mr. Madlanga to you is, okay, thanks, I'll let him know. Who's him?
I don't know, but maybe you will come and assist us, because as I'm saying, I can't recollect all these things.
You don't recall who it is?
Yeah.
It was some person that you were supposed to meet, but you can't
know.
recall who it was.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't recall who was. What is this that he said? Let him know.
But do you accept that you, on his response to you, on this response, you were supposed to meet somebody else, to have somebody else in the meeting? That's what this conveys. Your meeting with him was going to have somebody else, and then you postpone, you ask him to postpone, and then he says, I will let him know. Just from that, you accept that there was supposed to be somebody else in the meeting. You just don't remember who.
I didn't know if there was going to be somebody in the meeting. I know I was going to meet with him.
And you didn't ask him, who are you talking about when you say, I will let him know? You didn't ask him that.
Yes, it is an unfortunate when we talk on that level. We sometimes don't ask too much and everything, but as for me, I was supposed to meet him.
No, General. No, General. Mr. Madlanga says, I will let him know. He doesn't mention a name. He just says, I will let him know. So he's responding to you. A reasonable reading of his email is that you know this other person that's supposed to be there. You know. That's why he doesn't give you names. He doesn't give you details. He just said, okay, I will let him know. So a reasonable person reading this must say that General Sinona knew who Madlanga was talking about. Otherwise, Mr. Madlanga would have given you a long story. He would have said, oh, I was going to have so-and-so in our meeting, but now I will let them know. He just simply says, I'll let him know. You knew who it was he's referring to, and you're not being honest. When you say you don't know, he must come and explain. You're just simply not being honest with us.
Must I give an assumption, Commissioner?
No, I'm not asking you for assumptions. We don't work with assumptions. We're a fact-finding body. You are choosing not to give us the facts. And the fact is, and I'm putting to you, that the fact of this WhatsApp message from Mr. Madlanga, when he says, I will let him know, and doesn't tell you who he's talking about, the most probable and reasonable reading of this is you knew who he's talking about, and if you say to us, as you do, that you didn't know who he's talking about, you are not being honest.
Commissioners, if I can't recall, I can't recall, and I don't know. I don't know how, I'm not sure what is it that I must respond on. But if one maybe was unable to consult with him, maybe a recollection would have been here so that I can assist the Commission.
Well, there's a difference between I don't recall, I don't know, or I don't want to tell you. And I'm putting to you that this I don't recall or I don't know who he was talking about. In fact, it is I don't want to tell you because you know. The text tells us that you knew who he was talking about. Otherwise, you would have asked him, what are you talking about? It was supposed to be just the two of us.
Commissioner, what I know, I am telling the Commissioner, the commissioners. What I don't know, I wouldn't want to talk about something that I don't know or I don't remember.
Okay, thank you, General.
That is what I came here to do.
All right, thank you.
Tell what I know.
Generally, your answers worry me because you've had a lot of time to think about this. And these are some of the texts that are referred to in your statement. So we can tell from your statement on page 18 that you've had this text for quite some time. So you've had time to think about this. And to come here and say, I don't remember, ask Madlanga. How would Madlanga remember if you don't remember?
You might be lucky. We might be lucky he remembers, commissioners. So if me, I don't remember, maybe must I be crucified?
No, it's not a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid. I will
Thank
leave
you,
it there.
Commissioner. I see I'm being crucified.
That's not the
I
intention.
feel.
That's not the intention, General. Yeah, Ms. Hasim, Ms. Mafisa, it's 5 o'clock. Let's take the adjournment at this stage and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thanks, Chair.
See you at 9:30 tomorrow, General.
Thank you.